Revolution Summit and Awards 2022, presented by e4m Open New Worlds, powered by Times Network, co-gold partner Snap Mint, co-gold partner Shoptimize India Private Limited, associate partner Spinta Digital Growth Partner, associate partner, co-partner Neil Patel Digital India, built on values fueled by data and driven by creativity, and co-partner Delivery. The answer is delivery. Well, I'm Shobha Rana. I'm an emotional intelligence, holistic wellness and mindfulness coach, and of course, your host for this wonderful morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all are as pumped to witness the India's biggest festival of D2C brands today as I am. Let me begin by thanking you all for being here in this wonderful gathering for this extremely special inaugural edition of the E4m D2C Revolution Summit and Awards, as we bring to you the best of D2C brands and their leaders under one roof. The celebration of the Indian D2C universe doesn't get bigger and better than this. Before we get the ball rolling, I would like to inform you all that the hashtag for our today's events is hashtag, you can see it right there, hashtag E4m D2C Summit. So please do engage in the conversation on the social medias, on your Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and do tag us using the following hashtag. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a great lineup of speakers for you today, so do gear up for an action-packed day. The theme that we are exploring in this very first edition, the inaugural edition of the E4m D2C Revolution Summit, is marketing of D2C brands and expanding the D2C universe. Today's summit will cover all of the D2C topics that actually matter, and we will provide important insights that are the catalyst for the growth of the D2C brands, especially in a market as complex, multicultural, and multilingual as India. We aim to unpack all the noteworthy topics ranging from growth, omni-channel, retail, branding, performance, marketing, retention, and much more. We are here to decode all the trade secrets and all the trade talks that no one else in this country is talking about. The E4m D2C Revolution Summit 2022 will be opening the window to the future of D2C. I think I've done enough talking, so we have a special audiovisual to be showcased here on the screen. So all eyes to the screen, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we roll, let me take a moment to acknowledge our partners who have made this event possible by joining hands with us. Our presenting partners, e4m Open New Worlds, powered by Times Network, co-gold partner Snap Mint, co-gold partner Shoptimize India Private Limited, associate partner Spinta Digital Growth Partner, and co-partner Neil Patel Digital India, built on values fueled by data and driven by creativity, and our co-partner, Delivery. The answer is delivery. Now, let us look at a presentation by our partners for making this event possible for us. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let's have a look on the screen, please.
Exchange4Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange4Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. Group's flagship news portal, exchange4media.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers, who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, and Bar are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media. Exchange.
Legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक कम्युनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in. BW.
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communal action.
What would your e-commerce business look like if you knew what to do, when to do it, and how it impacted your business? No guessing, no wasting money, no losing time. What if you could weave real-time data, advanced machine learning, and AI into the very fabric of your business so you never have to guess anything again? Welcome to Shoptimize, an intelligent platform that takes the guesswork out of your business. We built Shoptimize to give you a whole new understanding of your business. By pulling in your existing data, connecting the dots, and providing recommendations you can act on, all in real time, helping you learn about your customers and convert them better and faster. Shoptimize puts you in the driver's seat, so you take correct decisions to grow your business round the clock, giving you more impact, more scale, more customers, more smiles, more wows. Take the guesswork out of your business. It's time to get your growth game on.
This is Neil Patel. You might already know him. He's an industry leader that has worked with Fortune 500 companies. Forbes called him a top 10 marketer, and his marketing blog alone gets over 9 million visitors a month. He also created one of the fastest growing companies, NP Digital, not to mention his smile, iconic. When working with NP Digital, it's like working with a team full of Neil Patels that are laser focused on growing your business. NP Digital, real marketing with real results.
Here. 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 And even here. Wherever your shipment has to go, the answer is delivery. This. 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 And this. Whatever size your business is, the answer is delivery.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the inaugural edition of the Exchange for Media D2C Revolution Summit and Awards. Now, to kickstart this morning with a welcome address, I would like to request and invite on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and BW Business World. Please put your hands together and let's welcome Dr. Batra on stage.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege, and it's still morning, couple of minutes to go in my watch. This is the first edition of the Exchange for Media D2C Summit. You can see by the quality of the turnout and the numbers of turnout in the first edition, it tells you where the D2C world is headed. It's only headed towards growth, towards domination, and towards doing disruption in an innovative way. In the last 3 years, the e-commerce market in India has grown to 130 million plus people and still growing every minute. A lot of it has been fueled by the growth of D2C brands and D2C businesses. I remember my friend Rajesh Lalwani, he must be somewhere in the room. Rajesh came to me 2.5 years back, or maybe 3, and he's always ahead of time. He started a social media conference 13 or 14 years back and said, Anurag, social media is going to be very big. About 14, 15 years back to me. It had just started in a and he came to me 3 years back and said to me, Anurag, let's start a D2C awards. Let's start a D2C conference. And Sunil and Naval, you remember, I did mail you and bring in Rajesh onto that discussion. So this was almost 3 years back. And in the last 3 years, look at where D2C has come. Exchange for Media in the last 21 plus years has always tried to be the platform which brings together all stakeholders in the business of brands, marketing, advertising, and media. D2C brands and D2C businesses have the rightful place in our ecosystem. There are 6 trends that are driving D2C, and there are mega trends that are shaping up. Of course, the first is the whole transformation of the digital ecosystem in the last 28 odd months because of COVID, the shutdown of physical retail for almost 20 odd months also made sure that brands had to look at e-commerce while omni-channel presence and omnipresence became important, but D2C brands really leveraged that. Second is the fact that D2C brands appeal to the millennial users and have differentiated product or service offerings. I just, whether it's in the food space, in the beauty space, in the FMCG space, every day I get one new brand sending me products or services, or friends of mine who are investors in it sending me products and services. And I must say, the quality, the packaging, and the brand differentiation set these brands apart. So clearly, the new D2C businesses and brands are being built on the gaps that exist in the market. the niches within niches, the super specializations. Third, large FMCG companies are looking at the D2C space very keenly, and either they're incubating brands or investing in brands that are becoming bigger and bigger. And you will see large FMCG brands acquiring very large D2C businesses over the next 12 to 18 months. Also, what is happening is, this is the tip of the iceberg for D2C brands. At last count, there were 6,000 recognizable D2C brands in various categories. These are growing by at least 200 brands a month. So you can imagine over the next 18 to 24 months, the number of D2C brands that will exist. The next trend is that D2C brands are becoming omnipresent. While some of them started purely in the D2C space, but they're becoming bigger than that while retaining their D2C character. Last but not the least, over the next 18 to 24 months, you will see at least 20 D2C brands being big enough to be able to do IPOs and have top lines and bottom lines that justifies the pricing in these IPOs. This is what is happening broadly in the D2C space. And it is happening on the back of three other things, which is investments into D2C space. If you look at the Jan to June period in 2021, we got, overall money invested into startups was $4.4 billion. In the same time period this year, from Jan to June 2022, almost $14.5 billion was invested in businesses, in startups in India. And supposedly this is the winter of investing. So if almost $15 can come in, $15 billion can come in the winter of investing, you can imagine what will happen in the summer of investing. So clearly, the amount of money that is being invested in startups is growing. Startups and startup investing is becoming a household phenomena. There are platforms, there are institutions that are making sure that tier 2, tier 3 investors also participate in the startup story. So first is the fact that more and more money is coming to D2C brands, and much more money will flow into these D2C brands in the next few months, next few years. Second is the fact that the participation of domestic capital in the startup story is growing. Our last cover story in BW Business World, we talked about the fact that the participation of domestic capital, rupee capital in India, in the last 10 years was almost 1%. It has risen to little less than 10%, more than 6%, less than 10%. There are various estimates, but it's still negligible. 10% is not enough. But if you look at from where it was 7-8 years back, we've grown. So clearly this domestic capital is also pouring into these domestic brands. And third, I must say, and I want to give you a data point, these Indian entrepreneurs are not only thinking of India as a market. All of you in this room are thinking of the world as a market. And the biggest trend is that in some of the products and services, and not necessarily only in D2C, over the next 1 to 2 years, there are at least 100 businesses whose global revenues, these are Indian businesses started in India, global, whose global revenues will be more than $1 billion. There's their revenues from what they sell abroad. So clearly that trend will also get manifested in D2C, where D2C brands are not just serving the needs of Indian consumers, but are also expanding abroad. So really, with these trends, I think Exchange for Media D2C Summit will become a regular feature, will grow in scale, size, depth, width, and we also editorially will engage the D2C brands even more. Tonight, we also celebrate the success of many D2C brands that have become household names, and the consumers swear by them. They're category leaders in the categories they represent. And in some way, Exchange for Media is recognizing their growth, their impact in the marketplace. I don't want to stand between you and the leaders of the D2C space who have pioneered and built D2C brands. But the only takeaway is next time Rajesh Lalwani comes to me with an idea, and he has come to me with another idea 2 months back, which again is pioneering, you must act on it faster. Thank you. God bless you. Keep building the businesses and brands that you make. They do India proud, and they serve the consumers in a way they've never been served before. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for the welcome address and setting the context for this wonderful morning for all of us. Now, I would like to call upon our first speaker on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's competitive landscape with escalating margin pressure, scaling profitability requires technology and automation of data. And AI are the secret sauce driving e-commerce growth. Our speaker today will share how the brands can make growth predictable, accessible, affordable, and sustainable for brands of every size. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Vardhan Fadnis, co-founder and chief sales officer for Shoptimize, who will talk about algorithmic e-commerce. Please put your hands together and let's welcome our first speaker on stage. May we please invite on stage Vardhan Fadnis, our first speaker this morning. Hi, welcome you. Please.
Yeah, hi. Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me fine? Awesome. Lovely to be among all of you. A fantastic event. Look forward to interacting with all of you. And today's topic is a bit different, right? It's a bit different than what you would have otherwise heard. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off today's keynote in a slightly different manner, right? We're going to start off with a quiz. And I am going to request 2 to 3 volunteers, 2 to 3 D2C founders to help me out with some of the questions that I'm going to ask. Very simple questions, nothing to worry about. But can I request 2 to 3 D2C founders as volunteers? I'm going to be able to do this only with your help. So if I can have 2 to 3 volunteers, that will be awesome. Anyone? All right. So maybe Anurag, maybe I'll ask you for help. Anyone else? Maybe one more person. Yes. Okay. Okay, I think we have one over here and okay, fantastic. So if I can request the mic to be passed on. Yeah, maybe we can start off with the lady on the first table right here. Can we pass on the mic to her, please? Okay, hi.
Hi.
Your name, please?
Janvi, I'm the founder of Shistaka Wellness.
Janvi is from Shistaka, fantastic.
Yeah.
And what products do you sell?
So basically, we're a wellness brand. We offer premium quality organic herbal green teas. We're a holistic wellness green tea brand.
Fantastic. All right. So, this is the quiz, right? So
Yeah.
we're going to start off with how many SKUs do you have? We can use that as an input.
30.
30?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are slabs.
Sure.
So, and I'm going to ask for help to fill in this data. So we're going to put 50 over there. These are slabs. And Janvi, how many countries do you sell your products to?
Currently, it's 3.
3?
Yes.
All right. And how many channels? Maybe there's marketplace e-commerce, there's your own
Yeah,
D2C
I
e-commerce,
think
there's
it's more
exports.
than like 12 to 13 marketplaces for sure.
Right. So let's say 13?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. And I'm going to ask the next volunteer to help out with the rest of the questions. So if we can pass on the mic to the gentleman right there. Can somebody please help out?
Yes,
Hi.
Yeah.
Your name, please?
My name is Aditya Sana.
Aditya.
Yeah, I am founder of Blue Pixel Media and Entertainment.
Okay. All right. So is that a D2C brand?
Yeah, we work with we are having our own brand, Bluebuzz.
Okay.
So here we sell microphones and other accessories related to video creation.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. So then, if I may ask, how many advertising mediums do you use? You know, Google, Facebook, email, whatever, right?
We use 5 advertising mediums.
5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's say 5. And I think the screen is covered, but I'm sure you would have multiple variables, right? There's inventory, there's number of SKUs,
Yeah.
there's so how many variables, if I may ask?
Inventories
Approximately,
are
right?
there. There are 5 to 6 variables are there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So I think again these are slabs. Yeah. So let's say 10, right? If we can scroll down. So now, moving on further, how many team members?
We are having 15 people.
15 people. Okay.
Yeah.
So this has up to 10. So I'm just going to choose 10 over here. And how many hours per day? This is an interesting question.
Approximately 6.5 to 7 hours per day they used to work.
All right. So let's say 7 hours per day. And 5 days a week, 6 days a week?
6 days a week.
6 days a week. All of these inputs put together, and I kind of juggled between 2 businesses, right?
Okay.
But we are looking at 5 decisions per minute based on this calculator,
Okay.
right? 5 decisions per minute for you to make as the brand owner, and that is the number that I want everybody to note. Let that sink in. 5 decisions per minute. Yeah. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share 2 stories with all of you. Yeah. If we can move back to the presentation, please. So I'm going to share 2 stories with all of you. These stories are of 2 D2C brands. Very similar journeys, right? Similar starting points, similar everything. And that's why we can even draw a parallel in the first place. So 2 journeys. The first one of a healthcare nutrition brand. So let's see how that journey goes. So, this brand was incepted. They decided to embark on their D2C journey, right? We're only going to focus on D2C because this is a D2C Revolution Summit. So they decided to embark on their D2C journey, got themselves a nice Shopify website, decided to have a small 3-member team in place. They hired somebody to take care of their Shopify website, manage the catalog, manage website tech, etc., etc. Hired one digital marketer, hired somebody else for e-com operations. So that was the team to begin with. 3 months into the journey, they started scaling up. They started seeing good traction on the GMV front. They hit a decent ROAS of 4 in the first 3 months. At this point in time, they were operating, as I said, with a 3-member team, doing their own marketing campaigns via Google, Facebook, email, Instagram, the usual channels, and with their Shopify website. They did not particularly invest in any other technology per se. Yeah. So this was at 3 months. Now fast forward 3 more months, 6 months, when they reached that particular stage, what happened was GMV started scaling up. Now, all of you as D2C brand founders have GMV as a mandate, right? It's non-negotiable. I'm sure all of us agree with that. GMV growth is non-negotiable. We got to hit what we got to hit. And that's how we're going to grow. So they hit that GMV. But at the same time, what happened was complexity increased. I'm sure all of you again would agree with me. Complexity increased. More importantly, data volume increased. It ballooned. It ballooned. There were probably, I don't know, 1 million odd events that were added to the base. And that's when things became quite difficult for them to manage. Difficult in the sense, comprehending the data, understanding how business is doing in terms of numbers, figuring out, how to make sense of that data, what conclusions to derive. sure, bright people all around, but they were finding it very difficult to keep up with the scale, right? So we are increasing with every month. Think of that. And with increase in scale, you of course have more complexity. And at that point in time, what happened was, in order to hit that GMV number, they took certain decisions which probably were not fully cost optimized. And therefore, if you see the orange line, ROAS started dropping, right? Orange is ROAS, as you can see. So that started dropping, right? Cost pressures increased, workload for the team increased. At this point in time, one team member quit. Nobody wants to be in that situation. So of course, the brand founder decided to find a replacement. Took him 2 months to find a replacement, 3 more months for that resource to be fully efficient and fully up to speed. And fast forward 6 more months. So at the end of the first year, GMV fine was achieved, right? No problem, because again, GMV growth is non-negotiable. It's a mandate. But at the same time, cost efficiencies were nowhere in the picture, and ROA significantly dropped. And at this point in time, the brand founder was like, okay, I probably need more team members. It's becoming very difficult for me to manage the scale, right? Market is responding well. People are buying my products, but it's becoming very difficult for me to manage scale. How do I deal with this? So of course, the solution in that person's head was, okay, I need more team members. Hey, but at the same time, I have immense cost pressure. So it's chicken and egg, right? You guys see what I'm trying to say? So it's chicken and egg. You try to figure out, okay, I need more team members. You try to invest, but then you are left with very little budget because all of your budget is kind of eaten up in driving that particular GMV growth. And that's how the first year ended for that particular brand. Now, moving forward, there's another story, right? Another story from another brand, this one in the apparel and fashion space. As I mentioned earlier, this again, the two brands, let's say they were completely on par, right? Their journeys and their starting points and everything was on par. And that's why, it's kind of easy to draw an analogy between the two. So again, started off, got themselves a nice Shopify website to embark on their D2C journey, put together a 3-member team, similar skill set. These guys, after 3 months, again started seeing scale. I'm sure all of you would agree that, if you do the right things, if you invest correctly, you do see scale, right? India is a market right now where people want to try out new brands. That's why there is this D2C revolution, right? That's why we are here, even here in the first place. So they started seeing scale, no problem. Scale was there, yeah. However, in contrast to the first brand, the second brand owner, she had the vision of figuring out that, hey, if I do not invest in the right tech, if I do not invest in the right tools, my efficiency is going to take a beating. And therefore, while the product market fit is established, right? 3 months, utna to time lagi jata hai product market fit establish karne mein. So if the product market fit is now established, I might as well now figure out how to invest in efficiency, because with scale you require efficiency. Otherwise, you'll just bleed. And that's when this particular founder decided to invest in a tool that essentially helped out with certain direct automated insights recommendations, right? An AI ML powered tool that helped out with insights recommendations based on all data that the brand had and telling them exactly what needs to be done. So the 3 team members that you see do not have to stare at graphs, do not have to generate reports, do not have to monitor campaigns day in, day out, do not have to keep a micro eye. And of course, everybody is, we are all humans, right? Error is something that is part and parcel of our life. So you don't have to really face those kind of challenges because there's technology to help you out, is what the brand founder's vision was. So she decided to invest in this particular product, which was going to help her take right decisions at the right time. Yeah. So fast forward 3 more months. At this point in time, her team was more of analysts, than executioners. Again, let this sink in. So these three team members actually had a lot of time to make sense of the business rather than churning out reports, rather than monitoring campaigns full time, rather than figuring out, oh, that particular landing page performance has gone for a toss. I need to fix that performance. Let me see what is the right tool on the Shopify app store to fix that performance. None of that, right? Because the tool assisted in decision making, right? And that's what I'm referring to as technology-led decision making, right? Again, point to be noted is there was no attrition over here. Nobody left because they were all very happy with what they were doing, because they were doing some intelligent work, not some mundane run-of-the-mill tasks that probably the first brands team undertook. And at the end of the first year, they hit their GMV numbers. And more importantly, ROAS also was decently stable at the end of the first year. Most importantly, there was no need for augmenting the team. So it's like a win-win situation all around. So I hope you guys are able to see the point that I'm trying to make over here, right? And that precisely is the topic for today. Yeah, that precisely is what I'm referring to as algorithmic e-commerce. And I'm going to spend the next few minutes drawing out an analogy between the stock market and our e-commerce growth world, right? So how was stock market back then, right? People used to call up their broker saying, "Arey, ye share kharido, wo share becho," and the broker used to execute that. And interestingly, all these stock tips were mostly word of mouth, right? The broker used to say, "Market mein tip mila hai, ye wala share kharido," and there used to be no base for that, right? There used to be no base for that. And how is the stock market world now? The stock market world now is filled with some amazing products in Zerodha, ICICI Direct, ShareKhan, all of these amazing tools now are at your fingertips in your mobile phone. And that's what is kind of ruling the roost with the millennials. They are undertaking their stock transactions through their mobile phones. They are buying, they are selling. More importantly, they are getting their stock tips on their mobile phones, right? There's no word of mouth. There's no market mein tip mila, none of that, right? It's all on the person's phone. It's educated, it's scientific, and it's somebody's hard work and research that is coming in the form of that stock tip. And that precisely is the analogy that I want to draw. So e-commerce world, a few years back, again, has been quite manual in nature. I would say, data-driven decision making has not really been a very common phenomenon. And word of mouth growth tips have been kind of ruling the roost. Today, we have the right kind of technology, we have the right kind of tools, we have the right kind of AI and ML based technologies to tell you what needs to be done, what needs to be executed. And that's precisely how the world is going to be today and going ahead in the future. And that precisely is algorithmic e-commerce. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vardhan. And I would request you to stay with us on stage for another few seconds. And I would like to request and invite Mr. Abhishek Kanodia to join us on stage. Abhishek Kanodia, AVP for Brand and Media Solutions, HT Media, to present our token of appreciation, a memento to Mr. Vardhan Fadnis for sparing his time with us and sharing his wisdom and insights on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our first speaker here, Vardhan Fadnis.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much once again, Vardhan. Now it's time to move to our first panel discussion for the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's an interesting one. Our first panel discussion is on the topic, decoding the speeding trends of D2C. As we all know that increasing internet penetration has increased the visibility of D2C brands like never before, but it has also led to cluttered and competitive ecosystems. Today, our panelists will try to make us understand the role of e-commerce in the D2C world and the importance of celebrity engagement in the D2C arena. And they'll also try to find out the answer to the primary question, what do the investors want? Now, to decode this panel, decoding the speeding trends of D2C, before all of us, I would like to request and invite our session chair to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yash Jain, founder and CEO for Nimbus Point, with a thunderous round of applause. Our session chair for the very first panel. Welcome you, Yash. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists for this very first panel. We have founder XXYX Apparels, Yogesh Kabra, as our first member. Yes, we do have the steps right in the front of the stage. So please, let's make the way shorter. Let's get to the stage. Let's get this conversation going on. Please put your hands together and welcome Kabir Siddiqui, founder and CEO for Sleepy Cat. We need Garg, founder and CEO Milo. Joining us next on this panel is Pallavi Burman, CMO for HRX. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the morning, our first panel. Let's get the energy flowing in the room and welcome Abhishek Ramanathan, COO for NUA. Please welcome Abhik Santara, Director and CEO for Atom Network. And Vinod Ramakannan, founder and CEO for Spinta Digital. Our first panel here on stage, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists. I would also like to invite Pallavi Burman, CMO for HRX again, to join us on stage, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for all our esteemed panelists, our session chair. The panel seems to be set. This panel is all about innovation in the D2C space and uncovering milestones. And they are here to talk about their journeys and, of course, what we can learn from the practices that they apply to their businesses. And now I would request our session chair, Yash Jain, to kindly open the dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, let's again have a round of applause going on. Let's see the energy of this room. Yes, we can do better. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the session. So everybody knows, everybody is together here to understand what is the D2C and how it's going. And the wave of D2C in India is pretty awesome, the way it's growing now. So in this session, we'll cover more about, we have the best D2C founders in India, you could say, almost. And we'll start interaction on how D2C's brands or how D2C brands are setting up, establishing, and taking over the e-commerce wave in India. So we'll start with the first question first. The first topic will be the role of D2C brand in e-commerce space in India. So we can start with Yogesh first.
Sorry, what was the question? The role of?
The role of D2C brand in e-commerce landscape.
So, I mean, look, let me decode D2C a little bit, because for us at least, more than a commerce platform, I think D2C is a very good way of building the brand narrative. Commerce is also part of it, which is how D2C marries e-commerce. But I mean, look, if you look at all our screen times, they've been going up. So where the consumer is spending more time is on their screen, in the digital ecosystem. And therefore, brands as core of what they do is to stay relevant to the consumer. And if everyone's spending time digitally, the brand building will also happen digitally. So I mean, as part of building a brand, D2C or the digital ecosystem is where we get the conversation going with the consumer.
Great. Kabir, what would you like to contribute on?
I'll add on to the commerce bit of it. I think it's why D2C specifically is important for our own channel and our own websites. And people sometimes confuse them by being on marketplaces is D2C as well. But the role of data, where you learn so much directly from your consumers, is invaluable. And it's necessary that you understand that D2C means your own platform and your own website. And obviously there are a lot of tools now to get you online faster, but specifically it is required. Obviously awareness takes place on marketplaces, but it shouldn't be discounted how important D2C itself, the meaning of it means your own channel for you to learn, optimize, gather data on that front. Yeah.
So we have Vineet with us. Vineet leads a lot of you must know a good parenting brand and a kids brand. So what are your thoughts about D2C and how it's taking over the e-commerce ecosystem in India? And how do you see the space as the future of e-commerce in India? Is it more marketplace or is it more D2C? Or how do you see the entire distribution out of it?
Yeah, I think we have to differentiate between talking about channels versus building the brand. One of the things that e-commerce specifically helps is the limitation, the physical word is shelf space. So when you're talking of retailers, they're actually optimizing on which product moves fastest on the shelf space. And e-commerce, that limitation is gone. So you have, inside the number of shelf space, you can search and everybody can show up in a B2B product detail page. So with that limitation gone, there's a lot of opportunities that emerge in building initial niches in e-commerce world. So you can pick onto those niches and get your head start. I think that's the role that e-commerce plays in trying to build a DTC world. And therefore it's absolutely all right for you to pick up a niche and to be start on the e-commerce platform. And later on when you're building the brand, the role that a DTC channel, which like digitally owned channel by yourself, rather call it a DOC channel, that places that you get access to a lot of consumer data, which a marketplace doesn't do. I think both go hand in hand, and in order to scale, you will have to be present almost everywhere and then go for your brand campaigns. But the e-commerce can give you a head start because people are searching online. There are a lot of niches. You eliminate the physical limitations of a store. You eliminate the physical limitations of proximity. Those two things go away, and hence you can get a good head start.
Thank you, Vineet. That was pretty insightful. What are your thoughts about same, Abhishek? If you'd like to put up some thoughts on same.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Kabir and Vineet mentioned. I mean, for us at Nua, it's e-commerce is synonymous with D2C because really it is about building direct engagement with our customers, right? At the end of the day, I think the other channels essentially help you get awareness, but really it's about making sure that you're able to build a direct engagement with the customers. And I think part of it is also how do you build not just the commerce element, but the whole community and content element, because especially in a category like ours, where you need to be able to, we're in the femcare and, sort of women's wellness category. So it's very important that you're looking at things holistically when you're solving for it, which is why D2C, I mean, in the purest sense, really your own platform makes a big difference because you're able to provide the entire experience in a holistic manner.
Sure. Thank you. How about? So you can share insight more about, because the HRX as a brand is more into marketplace and it's more marketplace focused. So how do you see the D2C versus marketplace, and what are the trends you see across both the channels?
I mean, Yash, I'll take a little bit of an academic approach because I work on HRX, which you rightfully said is a marketplace brand, and it's not quintessentially a direct consumer brand. But from my personal experience, I've seen that industries grow. Like every decade, there is an industry that booms. For example, when I was in college, it was technology. It boomed. It led way to data, telecommunications. Next decade, that boomed. That made way for e-commerce. Finally, last decade, e-com boomed. There was something that was happening. A lot of processes were getting ironed out, right? We were focusing a lot on logistics, quicker checkout, customer happiness quotient, huge discounting. There was this bloodbath war happening in terms of pricing everywhere. But in this entire process where we were trying to iron out a consumer's experience while buying online, while shifting his usual habit of buying offline to online, I think consumer centricity is something that was missing, which is trying to strike a chord with the consumer, trying to understand what the consumer really wants. And also at some level, I personally feel, in my opinion, the product quality was being ignored. But with the advent of D2C, like I said, very, very academically, the way we understand, because now we know the consumers better. Well, without giving them name and face, there's data for us. When you get those data sliced and diced, you get cohorts. You can exactly deep dive and understand. For example, for Nua, like Abhishek was saying, you understand the woman, you understand the need. Along with it, you apply a layer of innovation saying, okay, I'm going to provide compostable, eco-friendly solutions that the new age woman wants. There is no reason why the new age woman won't buy into that product, because suddenly you are engaging and interacting with the consumer who is responding to what you are offering, right? Earlier in e-commerce, that wasn't happening. So for HRX, although it's a marketplace brand, we have used other channels to sort of connect with the consumer to understand this whole cohort understanding. We're driving it like a D2C while it continues to be a marketplace brand. Product quality is something that we are monitoring very closely. Customization is something that we can't offer. But in a nutshell, I think the way e-com and D2C kind of go hand in hand is pretty much the relationship of one feeding into the other, and D2C providing a very narrow, rather than the funnel of the mouth of the funnel kind of an approach, it provides a very, very narrowed down approach with a huge thought of consumer centricity at heart.
Thanks, Pallavi. Vinod and Abhik, if you would like to share your thoughts quickly, then we can move to the next question.
Sure. So I believe like it depends on the brand. I think for certain brands, it's important to be on marketplaces because the kind of checkout process they give and the kind of ease of use of those platforms, the comfort level that the customer has on those platforms are definitely an important thing. But there again, as people were mentioning, the importance of knowing your customer, importance of understanding what your customer requires, or kind of nurturing these customers. It helps you to identify each customer on their own and kind of create customer journeys in a way that you can increase their lifetime value, and how do you make them buy it again and again and again. So both of them have their own advantages. I think it typically depends on whether your brand is more where people would buy it very often, or is it something that people, if you take a speaker, for example, that's not something people are going to buy on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. So I think it depends on the brand. It's you need to choose which place you need to go, because both of them have their own advantages.
Thank you, Vinod. A big quick inputs.
So I'm not running a D2C brand, but I help D2C brand spend money on advertising. But I think what is interesting to know is that with e-commerce hugely coming into play, we sort of course correct every day, every moment of what input, what content is going to market the brand, which was earlier not possible. And that makes it, it's a very challenging task for us because we have to be on our feet every moment because the data is available real time to be seen which consumers are buying it, which are the cohorts, which are where the product is doing well. And it helps us to really manage the brand in a far more, intricately, in a detailed manner and try to make it, avoid wastages. And all that, I think, is only possible because of this entire data, which is available, first-party data, which is available with e-commerce solutions for all participants.
Thanks, Abhik. That was quite informative.
But I want to build on that. So there were certain categories which just lost significance of being direct to consumer. For example, food. With QCOM coming in, no one's going to wait for the chocolate bar to come in 3 days or 2 days. So I think I think D2C is extremely important and brands don't have an option, D2C or e-com. It depends on what stage of your journey you're at. In the early stage, when there's limited product market fit, or you're still validating whether product chal raha hai ki nahi chal raha hai, I think D2C is amazing because it gives you insights. Once product market fit is clearly established, then you sort of go into channels that have more consumer, because everything said and done, it's very expensive to run D2C. To really use data, which is sort of being collected, it's not easy. So early stage D2C, I think, is a very important channel for categories like Kabir's, which sell 5,000 rupee mattress. D2C is again extremely efficient because the unit economics. For example, I sell underwear, which is 250 rupees. D2C might not make sense because it's very expensive. I think category cut is what we have to put. I think the use case, what is how does the category operate is again something. If you're ready to wait, D2C would work. If you're consuming, I mean, like a chocolate which you want in another 15 minutes, D2C might not make sense. But everything sort of everything said and done, early product market fit, there's no other channel that works better than D2C. You don't really have an option.
Thanks, Yogesh. That's interesting. We'll come to the supply chain. The supply chain is one of the major factors with D2C. We'll come to the supply chain in later stage, how to have a best supply chain solution for D2C brands. That's the one of the key factor which makes your brand success or fail. The next part will start with us like, there are a couple of brands with us basically who have seen celebrity endorsements or like big celebrities endorsing their brand and promoting their brand. How do you see the impact of celebrities getting into D2C brand? What are the benefits? Do you see in terms of improvement in ROAS? Or what are the benefits you see in terms of celebrity endorsements? And we can start with, I believe, Pallavi would be the best person to start with.
Because I run a celebrity-led brand, yes. So HRX is quintessentially not an endorsement. Let me just start by saying that because Hrithik Roshan is partners in the brand. I mean, he's invested in the brand. He's a majority stakeholder. But having said that, let's delve upon the reason that why should we need celebrity endorsement for D2C businesses and how does it really end us helping the larger scheme of things. Imagine in a D2C sort of a setup, you are generating your own traffic because you're not leaning on marketplaces, right? How do you generate that traffic? Either you spend lots of money for discovery and then you kind of enhance that by putting in a lot of money for performance marketing. The moment you get a celebrity on board, it kind of provides a springboard wherein you immediately start seeing certain efficiencies in your metrics, which means your click-through rates improve. Your traffic is coming and getting converted faster. I mean, somebody gets more curious when they see a celebrity image. Incidentally, as a country, we still work on ABCD, which is astrology, Bollywood, cricket. I don't remember what D is known, but anyway. So it just happens that the click-through rates go up, the conversions improve, thereby giving us certain efficiencies in the metrics when we are spending money and seeing better ROI therefore. Hence, for D2C business, the investment of celebrity is kind of becoming an acceptable norm and a very, very acceptable vehicle for, like I said, springboarding. The reason why D2C also needs influencer push or a celebrity face is because of my increasing belief that the seas of businesses are changing now with D2C. It is usually thriving on content today. Content leads to community and community therefore leads to commerce. I mean, it is a very, very valid chain which has gotten established across most of the D2C businesses that we have worked with very closely. Rather than any influencer kind of peddling out multiple brands on their pages to the consumers, having somebody from within your community advocate or kind of profess it to you makes the likelihood of buying higher. So meaningful content, more native content, content leading to the community, which is usually driven by celebrity/influencer/key opinion leaders today. And hence I feel the celebrity endorsement becomes paramount. Endorsement, not in the classical way, where you buy celebrities time over the counter and just make a brand film. Today, you have to find out newer ways of marketing. You have to figure out how to connect the dots. How do you get into that celebrity's life, or how do you infuse that celebrity into the business so that they also attend your board meetings or they sit on the cap table when you're going after the VCs and PEs for raising the fund. So all of this creates that entire gamut or range that a celebrity brings along board when infused in a D2C kind of a setup. And I think as HRX, we have enjoyed all these advantages and reached a stage where we're now crossing the 800 crore mark by being a marketplace brand and not a pure play D2C. I hope that kind of puts things in perspective.
Yeah, that was interesting insight. Abhik, you are behind me to speak about celebrities. So on you.
No, I think the question is not about whether celebrity is required for D2C brands or not. I think we have been facing these questions like forever, that why do brands really need celebrity endorsement? Of course, it makes a lot more relevance for D2C brands. But if you look at the classical, advantages of using a celebrity on a brand are primarily the marketing fundamentals. Basically, it gives you easier cut through, it gives you instant awareness, and it gives you certain amount of stature to the brand. The same principles do apply to D2C as well, with a lot more added benefits. One of the important tasks of D2C brands is to get the initial customer base right. And I think getting a relevant, identifiable, and aspirational face to the brand helps to get that initial traction going for the brands. So that gives you the consumer base. Secondly, earlier days, celebrities were used mostly for brands which have a mass appeal, because you are going to be spreading on TV and stuff like that. In today's case, D2C brands, a lot of D2C brands are very targeting to a lot of niche segments. And therefore, it becomes even more better from an ROI point of view to go with, specific kind of a celebrities who drive relevance, who drives, meaning to the particular consumer segments that you're talking to, and therefore gets better visibility, better authenticity, and better trust values for the brand. So not only from a classical marketing point of view, but also from a D2C brand building point of view, I think celebrities do make it a very important part of the mix. One has to be a little careful about the sustainability of it. While initial push brands do get to get a known face on the brand, how to use that on a sustained manner. Are there really lot of compounded benefit as you go along to third year, fourth year of the brand using the same face? That is something which one has to be really cautious about.
Thanks, Avik. It was helpful. To make it more interesting, I would like to hear from Abhishek. And Abhishek, if you could see, celebrities are not cheap. It's fancy, but not cheap. So if you could share the experience, what is the actual, after getting celebrity into your brand, do you see any traction? What are the differences you see? How is the ROI for a small brand to look into? And how people should basically think that build that budget line. Let's say, these are the budgets you need, because investing in celebrity is not just one. The real investment comes after onboarding a celebrity. If you have done a campaign with some good celebrity and not promoted it well, so there's no ROI that you make out. So on this point, maybe Yogesh can add pointers. We'll start with Abhishek first.
Sure. No, good question. So we work with Deepika, and I think for us, the relationship has been fairly organic, because she started off as an investor. And then, of course, she also endorses our brand. So in a way, there's also skin in the game because she's also an investor, right? But I think the question, to your question, there are two things that we look at, right? Two key points for us. One is the objective, like what are you trying to get out of celebrity engagement or endorsement? What do you really want to do as a brand? And the second thing is about timing, right? On the first one, it's really about, I think, Pallavi touched upon this earlier, but, whether it's about your brand or performance marketing, if you're going to use a celebrity for performance marketing, then it's really no point. You can work with other influencers who can do it. What you want to be able to do is, can you really build the top of the funnel? Can you get people who've never heard of your brand, especially if you're small? How do you get the word of the brand out there? That's really what it is, right? And I think then, and from a measurement perspective, then you have to look at ROI from that perspective. So that's really how we look at it. The second point is really about timing. As a brand, you've got to be really clear on what stage you want to get a celebrity in, because you need to be able to invest capital, not just on the celebrity, but also in terms of, running a campaign for a period of time, because it has to be a sustained campaign. The top of the funnel just doesn't build, just like that, right? It takes time. Speaking to, I'm sure Abhik and Vinod will be able to add more, but things like the frequency of the reach and frequency, all of those sort of things matter a lot when you get a big celebrity on board. So those are the two things we look at. So it's very important that timing is really critical. So you want to be at a stage of growth where you can actually invest capital behind the celebrity as well. I hope that answers.
Yeah, thanks, Abhishek. So next, Yogesh, would like to contribute?
Yeah, no, so look, पहले लोग celebrity later in their journey introduce karte the, because it had to be done from the money they make. D2C brands are raising capital and burning capital, including us. Therefore, up earlier stage pe, the economics work because as venture-backed brands, we are trying to do what legacy brands have done 15 saal mein. We are trying to do that in 5 years or 6 years. And that's why we burn cash. It's not because of the unit economics. वो सबके solid है. People putting money are not stupid. Now, what do we if you have the money and if you want to get awareness really quickly, celebrity would work. Obviously, it has to be relevant and brand fundamentals have to align. Brand fundamental align ho raha hai, paisa hai. What therefore a celebrity endorsement, like the word endorsement, does, it endorses for trust. When you see a KL Rahul versus a model, psychologically there is trust around the brand, around the product quality. That's what endorsements or a celebrity face ends up doing, which then impacts in metrics. For example, conversion rate better because trust build ho gaya hai, or a proxy to trust is developed. So that's celebrity sort of face solves for, but like most of us agree here that you need to have the money to get us. You should not be in a rush. Business comes first, and second, it has to be distributed well. General rule of thumb is, agar the campaign cost creative celebrity is about 1 crore, you should spend about 5 crores in distributing the content, because awareness, when people are actually seeing it, there's no point shooting a very nice video and only 1 million people are looking at it. Economics won't set. So 5x is the general rule of thumb.
That's interesting number, Yogesh. Vineet, would like to add, Vineet and Kabir?
So very quickly, as a brand, we have very limited experience with celebrities versus the panel here. So, but the way we think about it, or at least the first principles around this is that celebrities has always been used by bigger brands for endorsement. So in a way, as a brand, you're trying to build mental salience, which is like, when users think about the category, they think about your brand. So celebrities can get you in that sense. Where it differs, I'm trying to address the question, celebrity for DTC, where it differs for DTC brands, in my opinion, is that as DTC, you can go very narrow. You can pick a local celebrity in a state and then run your campaigns in that state with that celebrity and then test your, thing out. Whereas traditional brands will go all out. And the reason they do that is, it's not that they don't understand, is that they have their physical salience on, which is that if you think about my brand, can I buy you at situations? As a DTC, you don't have that sort. So therefore, as a celebrity endorsement, second point I would want to add to this is that there is this lot of thinking around having a bigger celebrity means a good thing. I think you want the users to think about your brand when they see that ad or that video. If you are picking up a celebrity who is associated with 20 other things, do the user really think about your brand, or they think about the other things associated with that celebrity? So the choice that you make around which celebrity to get and get started with is very critical. It is not necessarily the bigger celebrity will always get your brand. It is very possible that you may be burning your dollars, and the user then thinks about a particular celebrity, they're thinking about a different brand. So you end up, helping somebody else and not yourself.
Thanks, Vineet. So this was interesting. One of the points that Vineet mentioned, right, is you need to understand your TG right. It's not about picking any celebrity or any XYZ celebrity which maps your brand and goes for promotion. It's very important to understand your TG, who are your customer base, who's your audience, who's somebody who buys from you, who's your target audience, and then choose the right person who connects to your audience, basically.
I'll just quickly add to that. What Yogesh mentioned earlier, I think distribution is becoming very important at the moment, because it's a norm that a lot of D2C brands are getting celebrities. And before getting a celebrity, used to be a pull factor. That, okay, I have a celebrity, this much trust is created, and I can see a growth that takes place on that front. But what's happening now is that it's because so many brands have it, it's becoming slightly bit of a push factor. That, hey, please see, my brand has a celebrity, increasing trust levels. So when the push factor comes into play, the most important aspect is distribution. How do I distribute the videos or anything I've created in the form of content so that I get maximize my views, and what we call is CPM is what we measure it by, which is per 1,000 views, how much money do you spend? Distribution is the most important aspect, and that's what you need to actually plan for, think about now when getting a celebrity on board. It's one of the most important factors.
Thanks, Kabir. It was interesting. So one of the factors like celebrities are not just for ROAS or conversion, basically. A lot of brands, hearing everybody, what I could grab is it's more about while ROAS and conversions are one of the factors, one of the major factors is branding. The brand you have, once you get a celebrity, you can increase your reach, you can increase your, you could say bandwidth, your audience, the potential whom you could reach. Now to get a celebrity, the next important factors, how do you get the funding? And we're going to speak about the funding in D2C. That's going to be one of the interesting point or factor. Everybody would like to hear how's the market, and we would like to understand like the funding journey of your brands. How do you when you went to the fundraise? What are the metrics that you found investors are looking for that time, and what are the metrics? Is there any changes? Do you see any, while there is a bit slowdown in the market, do you see any impact in D2C funding? And we're going to talk more about how early stage D2C, which could be viewing us or setting an audience, can be benefited out of the fundraise, basically, how they can pitch, what are the metrics to focus on, what are the key metrics for fundraise to be onto, and what are the investors looking for? So who would like to take first? Yogesh, we can start.
Sure. So, classic promoter, I mean, founder quality, number one thing that investors look at, high growth. I think however you want to beautify the pig, one key metric in raising capital is high growth. Growth nahi hai, it's going to be extremely challenging. And when I say growth, I don't mean year-on-year growth. I don't mean 50% year-on-year growth. Has to be 200, 300% year-on-year. A key part, and then unit economics or gross margins. Whether at scale the business will throw out money or not. Again, something that early stage investors would really look at. But it starts with the founder, probably, and then how large is the category. So that whether it's really a investable category, so that everyone will make money. Gross margin, high gross margin, and some demonstration of product market fit.
And so Yogesh, you've spoken about growth and high growth in numbers. There are a lot of startups who run bootstrap, which are not funded basically before the fundraise. What's your suggestion? While they are bootstrap, they are scaling, how do they maintain the bottom line? How do they focus on bottom line as well as top line, both the metrics while scaling? What are your thoughts on it?
I think it's a very company to company, founder to founder, category to category question. Some people want to own 100% of what they are building, and they bootstrap. Some people think that their category is so competitive that I need more money. Like even if I want to bootstrap, it's not going to work. And therefore, I mean, people raise capital. But depending on what the strategy of the company is, which is high growth, then you need more capital. Simple cheezon mein, if you want to sort of grow 15% month on month in apparel, you'll need 120 days of inventory. Inventory kahan se leke aayenge? I mean, you need capital, and therefore, if you're on a high growth model, you need fund. You need some comfort around capital. If you're bootstrapped, then I mean, you're growing well, which some breakout brands have. It'll just take longer. So you'll have to be patient. I don't think that, raising capital, it's for sure gets you on a panel like this. But a lot of real stories are being written with people not raising capital, and instead of doing it in 5 years, are doing it in 12 years. In our lifetime, how does it even matter कि 5 साल की जगह अगर 10 साल में we are able to get a great outcome. So personal choice category requirement is again something that this should be based on, not based on media coverage for sure.
Thanks, Yogesh. That was insightful. And Kabir, what would you like to contribute?
I think Yogesh has possibly covered most of it. The only thing I would like to add is that different stages, investors look for different things in companies. In the early stage, it's pure founder driven. His vision, do I trust his background, his understanding of the business, his ability to build the team. It's purely based on that. In a second stage, it's based on understanding, okay, what is the growth path for it? What is the market size of this outcome that can take place? And a later stage, it goes deeply into unit economics to understand, okay, are you moving towards profitability? Are you moving towards better growth, more capturing of the market? Even if it is, let's say, you slow down from, let's say, 200% growth to like a 60, 70% growth. But at that later stage, that's what they look for, unit economics on that front. So different stages, investors look for different things. We've gone through all those different stages as well. So that's why I'm able to comment on this, but that's about it.
Thanks, Kabir. Vineet, if you'd like to share a brief story about how you fundraised for, that could be something catchy for a early stage startup. How did you make your first round hit, and what were the challenges you faced that time? And what are the how do you see the market scenario as of now, comparing your fundraise time? If you could share a brief scenario, would be grateful.
Sure. So we did our first round. We did at Milo. At Milo, we are a combination of a tech product platform, and now we are building our D2C brands and layering it out with healthcare services also. So we are full stack play for young parents. So we have a combination of technology and DTC as well as services marketplace on our platform. Early funding, I mean, we started as more of a community tech product platform. So we actually don't have DTC first investors with us so far. We started as a tech product platform, and we onboarded investors who were keen on want to help us building our community and tech product play. So that was where our journey was. So narrowing down my answers to more DTC audience here, I think the one thing is that there is this tendency to think of entrepreneurs are all different, but investors are all same. I think investors are also very different. So different investors have different theses. You could find investors who want to play long run and are okay with slower growth and they want to build for the long run. Or you could find investors who want very, very fast growth and that's their thesis. So there are also people doing their work, doing their job, they have their thesis. So as an entrepreneur, it's your job to first understand who's the right fit for you. You must know who you are, what kind of product you want to build, what business you want to build, and which investors are fitting into your thesis. Sometimes it's easy to get disappointed by hearing feedback from investors who generally is not fit for your business. So I think that differentiation is very important. Second, from a DTC point of view, my sense is that, coming from both tech and DTC, what I've seen for a couple of years now, DTC is, the returns are a lot more certain. It could be a little slower versus in tech. In tech, if you get the product much fit, you are leading the category, you can scale very, very, very fast because the variable cost is nothing. Whereas in DTC, you still have to work on like supply chain, you still have to work on distribution, you still have this physical angle. You cannot scale infinitely very fast. But the returns are a lot more certain. So I think the investors have different theses. Once you understand that within the DTC world, talk to those investors, then I think the panel has already covered some of the metrics they would look at: gross margin, repeat rate, your CAC, your LTV, and how are you shaping up within the category. And sometimes they will also look at if you really have some kind of product innovation which is sustainable. You can talk of a lot of product innovations, but in these days it can be very, very quickly picked up by other competitors and matched. So is there real differentiation on the supply side that you have built is also very critical for investors in mind.
Thanks, Vineet. That's pretty insightful. Abhishek, if you'd like to add quick pointer, very quick pointer. We're running out of time, so we'll try to push it.
Nothing more to add, really. I think they've covered it pretty well. So nothing more to add.
I'll take 5 minutes more, if you allow. So one of the most interesting point we were about to discuss was the supply chain. So while D2C brands are building or the D2C ecosystem is changing, there's a big shift in supply chain. There's I would like to hear there are a lot of quick commerce or the supply is going nearer to the customers. Any quick thoughts Yogesh, if you can share on it.
I think it's the same. But what, as a channel, digital, and probably Pallavi would sort of give her point of view here, is you can't go out of stock because the algos throw you out if you go out of stock. So in traditional channels, machines were not learning and therefore they were not throwing you out. एक महीना out of stock है चल जाता है. In the digital world, if you're running out of stock, I mean, it comes at a much higher cost, and therefore the need to have a more robust supply chain is even higher because you're not just losing opportunity of sale, but also losing marketing dollars that you've put historically.
Thanks, Yogesh. That was
Yash, if I
insightful.
may quickly add, with the advent of D2C and e-commerce businesses, we also need to be aware of the kind of categories that we are bringing to the consumer's doorstep, right? I mean, we're literally bringing a toothbrush, ketchup, and even underwear. Like Yogesh and I remember talking about this once, that these are emergency purchases. These are not always planned purchases. And when you order some of these things, you literally want them now in your hands. And therefore, the advent of WhatsApp ordering and all of that has to come to the fore to support this kind of product, this kind of business that we are bringing to the consumer doorsteps, and literally with the promise of delivering it within a few hours.
Thanks, Pallavi.
Thank you, Pallavi, and thank you everybody on the panel for sharing your wonderful insights with all of us. I think we've had a lot to take from this conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for everybody who is here on the stage with us. And we would like to invite Senthil Hariram, Vice President, Sales and India Operations, Neil Patel, Digital India, to kindly join us on stage to felicitate all of our panelists with a token of appreciation, a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Senthil Hariram. May we get the mementos, please? May I request you to kindly stand and probably step forward or stay here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first set of panelists here on stage. A beautiful start to our morning, to the first edition of the Exchange for Media D2C Summit. We have a lot more excitement waiting for you during the course of this day. We have, of course, the engaging discussions and fireside chats coming up next. And also, along with that, we have something special in the evening. So the day is fully action-packed. And all you have to do is just mark your presence here in the conversations, of course, ask your questions if we have time for it, and otherwise engage into interesting discussions with our esteemed panelists one-on-one in the pre-function areas or otherwise. Thank you so much once again for joining us on the stage. Yes, those applauses are welcome. And now we are moving on to what's lined up next. Ladies and gentlemen, lined up next is a fireside chat. Now, you know, it's no secret that through the years, D2C brands and the environment has developed aggressively. So it's no secret that as a result, brands are working aggressively to acquire the customers. In the process, D2C brands of today face a lot of challenges because the ecosystem matures day by day, bringing out new and new opportunities and, of course, throwing new challenges. So end-to-end customer experience has therefore become the pivotal in keeping the customer of today satisfied and coming back to the brand over and over again. So for this panel discussion, we have on stage our speaker, Kapil Makhija, CEO for Unicommerce, in conversation with Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor for BW Business World. So please put your hands together, inviting these two gentlemen on stage. And they will be discussing about how a great purchase experience can help in building a profitable D2C business in the changing landscape of growth, challenges, and opportunities in the D2C universe. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Kapil Makhija, CEO, Unicommerce, and of course, Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobha, and thank you, everyone. What a wonderful session and what a wonderful turnover it has been. We're just discussing that D2C is the conversation and everybody wants to hear about. So our topic is how a great post-purchase experience can help in building a profitable D2C business. Kapil, my first question to you, we have 15 minutes, exactly 14 minutes. You know, if you look at the last 2 years, the D2C ecosystem has grown phenomenally, and a lot of cash has been burned on customer acquisition. So what are some of the big challenges that D2C brands face while scaling their business as the ecosystem matures and profitability becomes a key factor?
I hope I'm audible now. Great. It's great to be here. I think we were, like Rohil mentioned, we were discussing that D2C has been the flavor for the last 2 years, and the turnout kind of shows that the interest this topic has garnered, not just of investors, consumers, businesses. So yes, a lot of money, as Rohil mentioned, a lot of money has been spent in acquiring, and a lot of money has gone behind building great D2C businesses so far. It has been an investor's darling for the last 2 years, and a lot of money, rightly so, because India, we fundamentally believe, has been a brand-starved country for the longest of time. And thanks to the innovations that a lot of these entrepreneurs have brought about, has given all the consumers like us a lot of access to good quality brands at the right price and to be able to serve their needs. But what we've also been seeing is that many brands get to a certain scale, maybe let's say a 1 to 5 CR annual revenue. And after that, brands start to struggle. They're not able to grow beyond it. A lot of money goes behind acquiring customers, spending on Facebook, Google, and getting customers to shop. But after that, they're not able to get those customers to repeat purchases. So I would maybe categorize the challenges that, and we are working today with almost 300 plus D2C brands. And many of them have actually scaled up to 100 CR, 500 CR revenues as well. So comparing the journey of those brands versus those who've not been able to scale beyond a 5, 10, 15 CR of annual revenues, I think I would categorize it in 3 broad buckets. One is because when many of the D2C brands started, I think, like I said, India was a very brand-starved country. But now with all the funding coming in, with all the money coming in, there was intense competition amongst the brands themselves to vie for the same set of paying consumers. So one key differentiation is that brands have to continuously focus on making sure that their pitch is very effective. They stay true to the value that they communicate to the brand in terms of their marketing messaging, in terms of the purchase experience, in terms of the post-purchase experience. Second is focus on execution. There are a lot of plans that get built on Excels and slides, but ultimately the brands who succeed are the ones who are able to execute it, for which they need people, they need technology, and they need processes. And I think one difference that I've seen of brands who scaled up to a 500 to 1,000 CR revenue versus 5 CR is the difference in execution. Sometimes they fail in people, sometimes they fail in processes. So they shortchange on maybe getting like short-term thinking on getting cheaper cost, or not investing enough behind the people, behind processes, as well as technology. And finally, increasingly, we are seeing the third bucket is post-purchase experience. There is a lot of talk about getting the customers, making sure that they come to the website and purchase, get the GMV. But because now that everyone is talking about profitability, there is a lot of focus now on post-purchase experience. And that's the third bucket where some of the great D2C brands have excelled in making sure that customers love their products and also love the overall post-purchase experience. So in terms of whatever messaging they put on the website, the product actually delivers that messaging. Second is the post-purchase experience. Are you delivering an Amazon-like experience in deliveries? Are you ensuring that your deliveries are happening on time? Because, for example, and there are statistics that if, let's say, a product is delayed by a day, even in discretionary categories like fashion, the chances of a return increases 3 times. If that's the benchmark that you have to work against, your supply chain, your post-purchase experience becomes very important. In personal care, are you sending a near expiry product and spoiling the customer experience? Are you sending a different size product in fashion? All of those things have started to matter because the consumers are very demanding now. So I think just to summarize 3 things, one is the positioning, It has to be very crisp, and you have to stay true to the commitment that you make to the consumer. Second thing is execution versus planning. So invest in people, processes, and technology. And third is take care of post-purchase experiences. It's as important, if not more important, than the pre-purchase journey that you lay for your consumers.
Right. And staying on the post-purchase part, we have seen a lot of brands focus on acquiring new customers. That is the key focus. And they often regard the sales as an endpoint. But tell me, most of us tend to forget about the customer once they check out. How can D2C players maintain that focus while they are going on aggressive customer acquisition at the same time?
Yeah. So in fact, in the last panel discussion, also this point came up, right? You spend so much of marketing dollars in just getting to acquire the customers. And if you forget about the post-purchase experience and not about retaining those customers, effectively you're losing out all the marketing dollars that you've spent in acquiring those customers. So D2C brands, for them to ensure that they can have a seamless post-purchase experience, again, based on our experience working with many brands. One is that supply chain plays a very critical role. So make sure that and there is this new concept of having micro warehouses. You have fulfillment locations closer to the customer so that you are able to deliver the goods faster. And by the way, consumers are not demanding, thanks to the Blinkits of the world, even discretionary categories like fashion, footwear. We are seeing customers demanding same-day deliveries, which probably 6 months ago wasn't that big a deal. Because having seen that experience in, let's say, categories of necessity, FMCG, personal care, etc., they're now percolating the same demand. So that puts a lot of strain on the supply chain. So hence, ensuring that ensuring that you stay true to the promise. Most marketplaces or platforms are saying same-day deliveries. Can you deliver that? Today, if you look at the bottom quartile, some of the D2C brands are delivering as late as 8 to 10 days. And that's because probably they're again under-investing on processes or technology. You have to come to the top percentile, which is 1 to 2 days today. And that's where the consumers are heading. Today, consumers want an omni-channel experience. And that's why we're also seeing D2C brands investing behind offline. And as D2C brands are scaling up, many of them are going offline. You will see a lot of D2C brands are now present offline. So omni-channel becomes a very important sort of point to consider for a D2C brand from a post-purchase experience. So one is delivery. Second is making sure that the experience stays consistent with the customers, ensuring that the returns come down. Returns is a necessary evil for e-commerce. We have to provide it to the customers to make sure that they have a smooth experience. But at least you can minimize things which can lower the returns, because it is a drain on your P&L again. So making sure that you are delivering the right product, you are not doing any SLA breaches on the platforms on your website. Again, having systems which are talking, so integrated systems. So you are dealing, and today as a D2C brand, you're dealing with multiple systems, right? You're dealing with your own website platform, you're dealing with logistics partners, you have your ERPs, payment gateways, so many things that you have to deal with. Make sure that the information is integrated across all these, because that is why you'll be able to offer a smooth post-purchase experience. There are a lot of queries that customers today call to check where's my order, what happened to my refund, what happened to my returns. All of that, if you have a seamless interconnected network of systems talking to each other, the response to the customers can be much faster. And that will allay a lot of concerns for customers, particularly in tier 2, tier 3, where we are seeing the most growth. In fact, we published a report a couple of days ago. Tier 2, tier 3 are growing almost 1.5 to 2 times more than metros. And there the consumers are even more demanding in terms of e-commerce is very new for all of them. So post-purchase experience there plays an even bigger role. So for three things I would want to highlight from a post-purchase experience that a brand needs to focus on. One is supply chain, which is deliveries, making sure your forward processes are scalable to make sure that you're able to deliver and stay true to the promise. Focus on minimizing returns, can be easily done by investing in process and technology. And third is making sure that you have seamless communication with your customers by having integrated systems that are talking to multiple stakeholders that you have to deal with when offering a seamless post-purchase experience.
Absolutely. I think it's all about building that seamless, purchase experience. Give me a sense of what are the key factors that a D2C brand should keep in mind while building its tech stack?
Yeah. So I think over the last 2-3 years, we've seen a lot of, while we've seen a while we've seen many D2C brands come to the fore, similarly, we've seen a lot of tech providers also enabling this D2C journey. So today, thankfully, thanks to all the tech providers that are out there, a D2C brand really needs to think about the right product and the messaging. All other things you can have technology to take care of. But at the same time, it becomes very important that the different tech providers that you choose, they are talking to each other. So I think there are 3 or 4 key factors that we will recommend for any tech provider that you choose. We are obviously powering post-purchase experience, but there are many who are powering pre-purchase and many other legs of post-purchase experience. First thing that you have to look for is whether the solution is scalable. We have seen many D2C brands start with a suboptimal solution, thinking that I'm at a low scale today. Maybe I'm doing 1,000 orders. At best, I may get to 3,000 orders in a month's time, and maybe get to 10,000 orders. So they're solving for maybe 10,000 orders a month, and not solving for when they get to a 10x scale, and which happened to many of the D2C brands in the last 2 years, where they've scaled beyond their imagination. So, and now there are so many more options available. So first thing you have to evaluate is whether the solution is scalable. Can it handle the 10x scale as I am today? And it doesn't mean that the cost will be 10x, right? Like I said, there are many solutions that are available. Second thing is I talked about a seamless information exchange. So data security is very important and has become a very important topic in the recent times, because a D2C brand today has to deal with many systems, because and data exchange will happen across these systems. You have to make sure that there are enough security protocols being implemented in these tech platforms to make sure that the data is secure. Third, again, because you have to deal with multiple vendors, you have to make sure that the different vendors that you're working with can talk to each other. Their integration capabilities are seamless. There are multiple ecosystem partners that they can work with. And finally, obviously, because D2C brands, different industries have different use cases. So you have to also make sure that the vendor that you're going to work with is going to solve your specific use cases or not. So for example, from our perspective, because we're solving for supply chain, fashion would want that inventory accuracy becomes very important, fashion or jewelry, because the ASPs are relatively higher. But in, let's say, a category like FMCG or personal care, expiry management could be very important. Somebody doing innerwear, bundle management could be very important. So there are different nuances for different industries. So you have to make sure that the tech stack that you're building is able to solve for those specific nuances.
Right, right. And which brings me to my last question. We're just 2 minutes left. If you look at the supply chain resilience, it's like ensuring a great post-purchase experience. Give me a sense of how is Unicommerce trying to ensure market access and foster supply chain resilience for D2C brands?
Sure. So Unicommerce is powering today about 20% of e-commerce volumes. About 500 million plus transactions get powered through our platform, $5 billion of GMV. One of the reasons that we have been able to scale up, and we've served now 15,000 plus brands. One of the reasons we've been able to scale up is because we are solving a very critical point of supply chain, which plays a very, very pivotal role in the post-purchase experience that we talked about. Making sure the goods are delivered on time, making sure the right goods are delivered. Again, the example that I took, that in personal care, making sure that near expiry goods are not delivered to the customer, having a smooth customer experience. And supply chain, as I said, plays a very pivotal role. And one of the reasons we've been able to do that is because, as I said, D2C brand, the universe is very diverse. And we are seeing even more so with the roll-up firms like the likes of Mensa, Global Bees, etc., which are coming up. And by the way, almost all of them are working with us. Is that we're seeing a play of multi-category play coming up. As brands are becoming bigger, we are seeing, let's say, Mamaearth, for example, started with the personal care, but now we are seeing them diversifying into multiple categories. TCNS, which is again a customer which has largely been in fashion. In the pandemic, they diversified into personal care. So we are seeing a multi-category play out. And there the supply chain nuances are very different. Like I said, for fashion, personal care, etc. So what we have built is a sector agnostic platform to make sure that we are able to cater to those nuances, that they don't have to deal with multiple vendors to handle their supply chain. Second thing is
30 seconds, yes.
Sure. The second thing is that we have to make sure that there is a supply chain control tower that's available to make sure that they have a good handle of supply chain metrics. How many orders are getting dispatched within the 24 hours, within 6 hours, whatever tag they fill in. what's the return rate going on, returns for different logistics providers, returns for different channels. Can I get a single dashboard for seeing orders all across platforms? Today, even if we're talking about D2C brands, we're talking about websites, majority of the volumes for D2C brands still comes from e-commerce platforms. We provide a unified dashboard through which they can see their Amazon orders, Flipkart orders, Meesho orders, Snapdeal orders, any platform that you talk about. We've got 160 plus integration. So that's the second. So having a unified interface for them to have a total handle on their supply chain. And finally, making sure that they are able to implement full automation through which they can drive cost reductions. That's the third benefit that we provide to make sure that we have a scalable supply chain as they are able to scale up the brand.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kapil. Thank you for taking out time and sharing your thoughts.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I think one part of my job today is also being a scarecrow to our speakers on stage. Thank you very much for this lovely, interesting talk. And before we let you go, we would like to request Rohil to kindly hand over our token of appreciation to you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our speaker here. We have Kapil Makhija on stage, who is CEO for Unicommerce. Thank you for sharing your insights with us and adding to our day. And that is Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Thank you very much once again, gentlemen. And now we are moving ahead to the second panel discussion for the day that is presented by Go Quick. So before we get into this panel, we would like to play an audio visual for all of you to see. Let's have a look on the screens. So our panel is presented by Go Quick, our partner for this panel. And now it is time to set the second panel for the day rolling on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in the business of brands, it is imperative not only to capitalize on the momentum they have on the present, but also to future-proof the brands for the years to come. In this discussion, our panelists are going to explore how brands are creating experiences and expanding their distribution through physical channels, how engagement is driven for D2C brands, and whether will consumer change their mindset and consumption patterns. The discussion for the panel topic is the future of the D2C industry, and it is presented by Go Quick. So please join me with a round of applause in welcoming our session chair, Gaurav Dhawan, Executive Vice President and Network Revenue Head for Times Network. There he is, Gaurav Dhawan, our session chair for this panel. And now it's time to meet our panelists. Please put your hands together and welcome Mahesh Patel, co-founder, Cloud Tailor. Please give it up for Vishal Kaushik, Managing Director and co-founder for Upakarma Ayurveda. Please give it up for Chirag Taneja, co-founder and CEO for Go Quick. We have Abhinav Mathur, CEO for Something's Brewing. Meenu Margaret, founder and CEO for Bliss Club. Rohit Chawla, founder and CEO for Bare Anatomy. Our esteemed lineup of speakers for this panel that is going to deliberate thoughts on the future of the D2C industry in India, talking about the changing consumer patterns, consumer mindset, behaviors, and of course, making the brand not only cater to the needs of today, but also to make it future-proof for the years to come. All of this and more on this panel, moderated by Gaurav Dhawan, Executive Vice President and Network Revenue Head for Times Network. We would also like to invite Abhishek Chandra, CRO for Go Quick, to join us on stage.
He's already here.
Oh, he's already here with us.
He's very quick.
My apologies. Please, let's begin with the discussion. I would request our session chair to lead the talk.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here and have some exciting conversations with so many founders, right? Unfounded it is, isn't it? So, like we said, we're going to look at how D2C as a category has expanded over the last 3 to 4 years, and how some of these founders found their journey to be very interesting and scaled up businesses, touched many of our lives in one way or the other, and become an inspiration for a next generation of entrepreneurs, founders to take a leap of faith. So we're going to start our session with a few, let's say, questions that some of you may want to take on, and then I'll go into specific plans. So D2C by nature has always been a very open architecture, play, which means there's hardly any barrier. Anybody can start an organization and jump in. So if that be the case, for all these brave entrepreneurs, founders, it's quite amazing to know how they are able to retain their edge. On this, I would like to invite Minnie to to be the opening batter and start her, share her insights as to how they will retain the edge for Bliss Club.
Hey, thanks, Gaurav. Hey, everyone, I'm Meenu, the founder and CEO of Bliss Club. Bliss Club is an activewear brand for women. We've been around for almost a year and a half. Yeah, I think it's a great question. It's probably a question I ask myself a lot before starting up. I think two parts to it. The first part really being product, and that being the nucleus of everything we're building. Really kind of going deep, staying closer to the consumers, and really iterating around product, right? And I think that's what a D2C brand, as compared to incumbents who probably are not D2C and hence don't have as much of qualitative or quantitative information about consumers, what they're buying, why they're buying, what their need states are. We sell leggings, pockets on the left, pockets on the right. What do women want? We can really go as deep as to testing what is the width of the zip at the back that we make so that all phones of every consumer actually fits in, right? And going to that depth of product building, honestly, is something that a direct-to-consumer brand can do and should keep doing and iterating faster and faster. And I think the second part of the question really is just brand and storytelling, right? That's what you can do and build a moat for yourself, which is if you do have great product, you do have to move at a certain speed to build out a space in a consumer's mind in terms of why you exist in their lives. And yeah, I think it's been a mix of both for us. In Bliss Club, we stand for something very different when it comes to activewear. Well, most activewear brands have spoken about performance and moving at a certain pace and being first, second, third, going to the gym every day. We've actually taken a very antithesis approach to fitness, saying that, hey, we're here to celebrate your journey in movement, and really then carving out a brand that is distinctly positioned in a consumer's mind and being able to iterate that, again and again, and really build a brand with the consumer. So I think both of these, is kind of what's worked for us.
So you need a great marketing team to get that differentiator going alive always, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're building a brand, the nucleus of everything is marketing and product. So I would say both together. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Vishal, has to ask you, how would you retain your edge?
Firstly, thank you all, and so happy to be in the august company of such amazing founders. And thank you E4m and Business World for bringing us all together. So I'll be very honest. I think the first step is the most difficult for all the young entrepreneurs, which one should believe is the edge will not come later on. Edge needs to come just like the conventional old school strategies on a strategy level. You have to find your X factor yourself as a brand. Is it the product? Is it the service? But once you have found that,
you need to be very consistent in delivering whatever it is, whether it's a service in your case or it's a product. The quality needs to be resistant and it takes time. Nothing is going to happen. We see a lot of trending, the brands you were talking about who are popping up, and how do you create edge? So the edge comes from your strategy level, which is on product. And the second big thing is innovation. So innovations are very integral to any industry, especially our D2C. We were actually known as the disruptors, right? I mean, look at our case. And for 70 years, Shilajit was sold with lions and tigers and honeymoon couples on the product. Yeah, but we launched Pure Shilajit and now the rest is history. You have so many brands who are now launched the same product. So the only shortfall I feel why people are not, most of them are getting edges because they're going with the trends. So taking example of beauty, you remember charcoal face packs were in. So then everybody, some 10, 20 brands were launched. So how do you find an edge factor if you're not strategically doing something different? You're not in your content doing anything different. So it becomes tougher. So I think at the strategy level, and then be there for the long haul. Make sure that whether it's your quality and everything is taken care of, and consistency. And the rest, today's customer is very, very intelligent, and the interaction is so much between a D2C brand and the consumer that there is no middleman, whether it's good or bad. We get to know instantly. And that's what we need to respect. And it's all evolving. So I guess everybody will be able to find their edge. And most, if they don't, best of luck.
So innovation, it is for you. Mahesh, what about you? How do you keep your edge? Because anybody can start, a stitching enterprise from home. That's the most easiest thing to do. But how will you keep your edge?
So, hi guys, hi everyone. My name is Mahesh and I'm the co-founder of Cloud Tailor. We are into personalized fashion and tailoring for women's. And we are having presence across 16 cities right now. So when we started this concept around 20 months back, actually idea was to become a marketplace. And we thought that we have other two founders who come from a tech background. So we thought that we will have a tech understanding. We will build the entire ecosystem and get all the darjis on board. But soon we realized that making right fit for the women's is the biggest problem, and we are at the mercy of a tailor or a master G. So we thought that it will not sustain. In a 4-month, we pivoted the entire business model, and that's where we started our own manufacturing in Hyderabad with a 300 square feet place. And then we evolved in terms of with the time where we understood that stitching is not limited to blouse or a sari or pico or in terms of a kurta or salwar, but women have a 14 categories. Because when we look at men's, usually we have a t-shirt or a shirt, and also in a regular fit or a slim fit, nothing else. And also we are okay with the whatever the fit, we can survive. But that's not the case with the women. So we kind of work on the 14 categories. Now the biggest problem in this start with that you have a vest for a formal and western, you have a different master and a tailor. The guy who stitch ethnic, who doesn't understand formal and western. So also we wanted to kind of understand the pivot this entire part of in backend, because this entire business model survive on the backend. Even if I get the customer, if I get right set of marketing, I acquire the customer, but if I do not provide right sort of fit, they will not stay with us. So we started with F first approach, and today we have become a complete physical business model where we have a branded outlet, website, and also our app. So we have evolved with the customer, but then this journey has happened meeting more than 500 customer face to face, understanding their problem area. So where we understood that what is the problem? One is a boutique anxiety. When you give an outfit, you do not get the clarity in terms of when do you get the delivery. So we have integrated that entire journey in the app. Second, we understood that one of the issues is alteration. So when you get the garment stitch, your biggest problem is getting alter every time. So here we started offering lifetime alteration. So by solving that problem, I think our stickiness to the business increased.
So I'm coming to that. That's exactly my next question, because personalization is the key. That is one of the advantages that businesses like yours bring to the table. So how do you make mass personalization work? Rohit, if I was to toss that up to you, is mass personalization a reality? Does it have enough potential and does it really work?
Thank you. I'm the founder of Bare Anatomy. It's a personalized hair care brand. So I think that's the reason why the question is here. So personalization is very much possible. Hyper personalization is what you really mean. There's a lot of investment in technology and the infrastructure changes, right? If one has the capital to do it, it's a little capital intensive. There are a lot of companies in the US like eSalon or Function of Beauty who have raised 100 million or so to kind of have that infrastructure to do it. If that's done, it is possible. However, the limit is that you do miss out on Amazons and Nikes of the world, the retails of the world, because that's where the real scale is eventually after a while, right? But personalization is great because it really helps you connect with the consumer to another level. The kind of data you get and the kind of solutions you give, it's an immense learning. Like it really accelerated our learning to another level because of personalization, because we could tweak our, like, when we started in 2019, we were not the best, right? But with time, I think we have grown very well. And now the standard range we have launched, just because we didn't want to miss out on the standard range on the channels. Now I think it's been a great learning for us.
So I was reading about some of the work that you've done. You are able to personalize this to the level where you ask people what is the nature of the scalp and what is the kind of hair and what is their desire. So are people coming forward to you with those insights, or it is still little hazy?
So men don't usually do that. They don't have the patience to take such a big quiz. For them, body wash, shave gel, everything is the same thing sometimes. Just kidding. I'm the founder of the Man Company as well. So that was my previous venture. So, but I think people do give data because they are unable, and that's what the thesis was. Like, personalization is that intimate relationship with the consumer, and the consumer is looking for such products because, there are so many shampoos out there. It's one of the most commoditized products. I mean, it was introduced over like 40, 50 years back, right? Probably more. But why are people still not satisfied? And that was the reason why we kind of wanted to do the other way around, because nobody disrupted the industry in that sense. Instead of customer choosing what they want and every season it changes or whatever, we wanted to have that where we could do a little more analytical approach and kind of figure this out and help them as much as we can.
Okay, that's great. Another important aspect of scaling businesses up is how and when do you decide to go physical? Okay, phygital is the buzzword nowadays. So how do brands like you, really decide to go? Abhinav, really want to know from you, how do brands decide at what point they want to now get from online to offline?
Okay. Hi, everyone. So I am the founder of a brand called Something's Brewing. We are the home for all coffee lovers. So for us, we are a brand born in the pandemic. So we launched our D2C e-commerce portal on 1st October 2020. 1st October, incidentally, is International Coffee Day. So that's the day we decided to launch our portal. And during the first year, our initial traction was there. But then very soon we realized that the kind of products we are selling, our AOVs are close to 10,000 rupees. These are expensive products. A no-name brand out of nowhere, people don't want to trust you with so much of money being spent on the site. Also, coffee is a very experiential product. You want to taste it, you want to try it, you want to also check out so many types of coffee brewing methods. And that, of course, is not possible online. So within a year, so 1st October 2021, on our first anniversary of the launch of the brand, we launched our first physical store. So we did it very early, but that is because it fits into the kind of space we are in, the kind of consumer insights we were generating, and what we believe is right for the brand and the category. So I think it depends from brand to brand, but for us, we decided to do it very, very early. I know a lot of brands take a lot of time launching the first retail retail place. But it's also given us a lot of insights because we now physically meet consumers, spend a lot of time with them. The decision making sometimes takes 2 or 3 months, multiple visits of people to the store. But a lot of insights get generated in this period of time. So again, depends on the brand, on the category. For us, it made sense right from day zero.
So when you get into a physical store, how does it help beyond the decision making? Are you able to cross sell, or which you may find difficult in a online version? The customer may have come to buy X, but you eventually given him X plus Y.
So we have a store in Indiranagar, Bangalore. Everyone who enters, it's like being in a chocolate factory. They can't, resist touching and feeling everything. They spend a lot of time. They get their friends in. Of course, cross-selling, upselling, engagement, everything happens. The word spreads. So a beautiful community is formed. So there are so many benefits of having a physical space if you do it properly, and if you're true to the mission of the brand, which for us is building a large coffee community.
Okay, great. Minu, if I was to bring you on that, when would you like to really go big on a physical enterprise, or is that not really going to be a plan?
Yeah, no, we actually do have thoughts about offline as well. But I just wanted to add something really interesting that I have learned. So we don't have an offline store as of yet. But something that I've heard from, we have folks in Chumbak at Bliss Club, something that I've heard from Abhishek from Puma. A lot of founders would tell me that having the first store co-located with the office is probably one of the smartest things that they've ever done, because a lot of product building happens so real time. And while you're building a company, your company is not built by one person. It's built by hundreds of people who put their thoughts together. And how do you get hundreds of people to actually be so close to the consumer and be obsessed with what's happening on the floor is really just living that and being with the consumers. So I think Chumbak had their first store right below their office, and that's what we're doing as well. So we're launching our first kind of a retail, like experiential store right below our new office as well. And the idea is that how do you then have everyone working in Bliss Club come and see how our Bliss Queens are actually touching and feeling the product. How are they walking down the store? And right behind our store, we've set up our product development team as well. So it's as real time as possible. So I actually think the power of offline also extends to product building and helps create like a shorter flywheel in terms of understanding consumers. So that's something I'm very bullish about.
How soon will you expand into that?
Probably in the next 12 months, yeah.
Okay, that's great. Abhishek Chandra. So your company is an expert in accelerating, business growth for brands into the D2C environment. So in your experience, what are, say, the top 3 challenges that D2C brands face, and how do you help overcome them?
Sure. So as you know that we are an e-commerce enablement company, and basically we use deep tech and data science to solve some very hard-hitting problems like low conversion rates, return to origin on COD orders. So see, the thing is, when we started this company, what we saw as a problem statement was that in India, the first time shopping experience online happens on players like Amazon, Flipkart, which are primarily tech companies, been running for 10, 15 years, where they have optimized their customer experience and all. So when these customers go to Amazon and do their first time shopping, and when they basically do their first time D2C transaction, they believe that they'll get the same kind of experience on that platform also, which is not right, because these companies are new, and currently they are trying to optimize their other things like operations, supply chain, getting the right product into the market. So we thought that let's start working on giving, let's say, an Amazon kind of experience on non-Amazon and non-Flipkart kind of customers, which was basically D2C brands. So we started basically working on that. As we were discussing earlier, that in D2C, the entry barrier is very low. Anyone can start a D2C brand. So giving the right customer experience to the user is a very big differentiator. So which starts from basically all 4 stages of the funnel, from discovery to selection to transaction to retention. So you have to be good in everything. So we have built different solution at various stages of the customer journey so that we can enable more and more conversion rate for our D2C partners.
So, Rohit, if I was to bring you on this,
Can you repeat like?
what are the challenges that come forward for a D2C brand?
So I think one biggest challenge is that, as we mentioned in the start, right, the barriers have gone down significantly, because of which it has never been easier to start a business. Like when I started, even Shopify, I was one of the top single digits, like 5th person to get Shopify in India. But now that's a standard thing, right? That you can just have, right? So when those challenges have been taken care of, everyone can do that, right? Our ex-employees are now building their companies, which is great. But what happens is in the limelight to build a company, one forgets what are they launching and why is it different and why would the consumers pay for it. So, and as a result, everyone's sort of now getting funding as well. Unlike, like 5 years back when D2C nobody was touching it. So it also leads to a lot of money, and because of that, CAC has gone up, which is the customer acquisition cost, significantly. Even the big FMCG companies, because of pandemic, have also started advertising. So, there are a lot of choking factors over there, stuff like that. So I think those are
So
some.
do you think, especially Minu, for you and Rohit, a lot of your products will have a seasonal trend? Okay, there'll be a season when people want, creams for the winter season, creams for the summer season, different kind of, hair serums. Similarly for you. So how do you scale up or scale down, keeping in mind the seasonal requirements?
So that's an interesting question. I think a lot of businesses have it and some don't. I'm actually, I run an Innovest, which is a parent company for 3 brands. So we have a hair care, we have skin care, we have a sunscreen. So right now, like it's the rainy season, right? And by default, people don't see the sun as much. So they're not buying as much of sunscreen, which is not true because you still have an impact. But it's very seasonal from that perspective. But unlike the hair care range, we don't see seasonality so much because the problem may change. In winters, the dandruff might increase, but in rainy season, the frizz might increase. So the product ratio, the mix may change. But as a business, it doesn't really impact certain categories, certain ranges.
How about you, Minu? Do seasons matter and scaling up and down as per seasons become a challenge? Or in your case, not just seasons, trends. You came out with a particular fashionable product and suddenly something else is hotter.
Yeah, no, actually, very contrary to that, our product is very non-seasonal and non-trendy, right? We're building functional products. People work out through 12 months in a year. And in fact, we build for movement. So really, actually, our category is super non-trend driven. And that's also like a basic thesis on what we build product. If you see Bliss Club products, you mostly see very functional colors. We don't do very crazy patterns. We don't build design first, but function first. So yeah, we actually we aren't very seasonal, though the last quarter of the year when all of us take our New Year's resolution to get fit again. So December, Jan is a peak month for us. But honestly, to be very, very honest, I've just seen one season of it and I wasn't as big. So it wasn't really difficult to deal with, but yeah, maybe I'll have a better answer for you next year.
Cool. So of late, many companies are tightening their privacy norms, right? Some of the handset manufacturers have brought in newer tools which don't allow you to really, bombard messages and outreach. So Abhishek, how would you react to this data privacy becoming a challenge for marketeers? And how will they enhance their outreach? If like even Facebook, I believe, has started now giving less of options to target consumers easily. So how does this expand?
So as we all know, data privacy is a very important thing, and which was basically primarily ignored for many years, at least in India. So that is why you see all those restrictions coming to Facebook and let's say Facebook and other social media platform. But still, marketing companies have found out ways to basically market brands there. But still, I think there should be, it is always great that there is a third party involved in between who follows all those data privacy norms. In fact, in our case also, we have to undergo a PCI DSS certification, even though it is not, because we were handling third party data of our clients. So similarly, I think with these, it is getting tough for D2C brands, and in fact, it results in increase in CAC also for many of the D2C brands on these digital marketing channels. But still, I didn't see much of resistance happening. Maybe you as D2C brand can put in more highlight into this. That are you facing this kind of challenge?
Mahesh?
So I think one of the part, I think for a D2C brand, I think we have a limited budget when you are a startup. And always we look at it, what is the CAC is coming. Also, if you are a funded investor, will always ask you, what is your CAC? So we always kind of, juggling around two things. One is decreasing our acquisition cost. And when this has implemented, I think one is our acquisition cost will go, be it upper funnel, lower mid funnel or lower funnel. And the second thing will happen, which is the retention part of it. So like if, particularly when we can't capture the cookies and do the remarketing part of it, or, again, if you look at in terms of the WhatsApp policy, I think that will only increase our, retention cost. So overall, I think burn will happen more.
That's great. I've been waiting to ask you this question, Vishal. Considering your hero product is a Shilajit, how do you enhance engagement?
So yeah, thank you for saying that our hero product is Shilajit and marketing for us. It's not just a hero product, we are the category creators if you're talking about it. So in reality, it's not just the product like Shilajit. I think engagement goes beyond in today's age. So I come from very old, my life has started as an advertising trainee. So conventional campaigns and today's content is the key. And it's a 24/7, 365 days, because no matter what a cool campaign somebody makes, it takes precisely one scroll over and your campaign's gone. That's the kind of traffic and that's the kind of content that's going around in the digital space. So for engagement at Upakarma, we are very, very, in our brand DNA itself, our ethos itself say that for the engagement, the privacy bit, we are very, very careful about that we don't really intrude into people. We give that space. And the key to engagement today is content. And second is being interactive. So in D2C, the biggest advantage we have is that you launch something or you do something, there is a direct connect that the consumer has with you. Now, if, as I said, 24/7, 365, your teams are constantly interactive, so that engagement actually converts into trust, a good relationship between the customer and us. But if you are not proactively going out there seeking people's feedbacks and what the market is talking about, how your content has been accepted or not. So these are the few most integral bit because of the crowd that is there today in the digital space. I mean, gone are the days 3 years back that just by an influencer campaign, your outreach can reach somewhere, because the same influencer today in 8 videos is doing 30 brands. So the time lapse for consumer is a very big thing.
Great. Abhinav, I was to ask you, how are consumer mindsets different when they specifically deal with a D2C brand?
So by definition, when you're building a D2C brand, you're essentially looking at a slightly early stage category, early stage product. It is not perfectly developed. And the kinds of consumers you meet are also early adopters. They are more experimental. They are willing to try new things. So our experience has been that these kind of customers they know a lot about the product or the category because they've done their research. So they come very well prepared. So they expect the brand to be competent, more competent than a large brand, because they expect that they are dealing with people who are very passionate. They understand what they're doing. So in our case, coffee. So the kind of consumers we meet, they are well traveled. They know a lot about coffee brewing, home brewing, grind sizes, roast sizes, all the kind of factors that go into brewing a great cup of coffee. And the discussions are very meaningful. But they also are willing to be loyal. They're also willing to be forgiving, and also forgiving with their wallets. So, there was some discussion even earlier in the day around cash on delivery and, RTOs. I was mentioning some of our customers pay us 3 months in advance, and then we slowly procure the product for them and deliver it to them, and they're happy with it. So again, depends on the category you're in, but in general, consumers are more forgiving, but are more knowledgeable. What they don't like is if you don't know enough about your product, your category, but otherwise, the other factors, they are willing to, forgive you.
Cool. Moving to the last stage, logistics is a pretty important part of this business. So Minu, if I was to ask you, and then Rohit, you could also take that up. How are you differentiating your service on the basis of logistics?
That's a good question. For us, honestly, something very core to Bliss Club is to provide a blissful experience for our consumers. So bliss is something that we try to extend across our product as schools up, as well as services. So I think in terms of everything, and I think that's the very, very basic expectation from a young challenger brand, is to just offer everything upfront. So we have free returns, free exchanges, no questions asked. We make a lot of exceptions to policies. If someone comes back 10 days later, but have had a bad experience with any of our products, we're okay to kind of go and pick it up and replace it. But honestly, I think right now, like Rohit was saying earlier, the ecosystem is so evolved for D2C, where you have so many enablers, really kind of, easing out a lot of the operational heavy lifting that most D2C brands have to do. And a lot of great logistic providers who've done that. And, the kind of technology they've built into, predicting RTOs, reducing that for us, helping through exchanges, returns. I really feel that D2C has been able to kind of compete with, larger platforms who've provided a certain experience in a consumer's mind. And we've been able to kind of keep up to it. But yeah, that's it for us in Bliss Club.
Rohit, last word from you.
So I think she's probably covered everything. Just a couple of things is that the delivery time in certain cases matter a lot sometimes. So people are impatient for things. So that's why the Dunzos and the Blinkits, etc., are getting a lot of popularity. And you're just available there as well. So, and also you have platforms like ShipRocket, which are aggregators where you can have a 1 day or a 2 day delivery, even in south of India, even though we are a north-based brand, for example. So those kind of things, the system, the entire infrastructure has evolved that way.
Great, man. Thank you very much for all your valuable inputs. It was great talking to you. And I'm sure you will inspire the next gen of founders to come in and take a leap of faith. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you very much to all of you on stage for sharing your knowledge with us, for diving into the future of the D2C space as of today. And we would like to present a token of appreciation to all of you. And I would request Gaurav Dhawan, our session chair, to do the honors. So may I please request for the mementos on stage, please. I would request Gaurav to step forward and give a memento to each of our speakers for joining us on this session. So ladies and gentlemen, yes, those applauses will help us. And now I would request all the speakers to come forward for a group photograph. Please join us center stage again for a group photograph before we break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be breaking for lunch. Could you please come in the center, everybody, for a group photograph? And ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our session speakers. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now quickly break for lunch. And please keep in mind that the lunch break is going to be only for 30 minutes in the interest of time. As you all can see here, watches, we are running behind the schedule. So we'll try to cover up some time during the lunch. Please be on time. We will be start in about half an hour, exactly in half an hour. So do see us back in this hall. Thank you very much. Rest to follow.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features, providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक कम्युनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner @businessworld.in. BW.
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात है सुन ले दिल से हर कह रही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communalized.
What would your e-commerce business look like if you knew what to do, when to do it, and how it impacted your business? No guessing, no wasting money, no losing time. What if you could weave real-time data, advanced machine learning, and AI into the very fabric of your business, so you never have to guess anything again? Welcome to Shoptimize, an intelligent platform that takes the guesswork out of your business. we built Shoptimize to give you a whole new understanding of your business. By pulling in your existing data, connecting the dots, and providing recommendations you can act on, all in real time, helping you learn about your customers and convert them better and faster. Shoptimize puts you in the driver's seat, so you take correct decisions to grow your business round the clock, giving you more impact, more scale, more customers, more smiles, more wows. Take the guesswork out of your business. It's time to get your growth game on. This is Neil Patel. You might already know him. He's an industry leader that has worked with Fortune 500 companies. Forbes called him a top 10 marketer, and his marketing blog alone gets over 9 million visitors a month. He also created one of the fastest growing companies, NP Digital, not to mention his smile, iconic. When working with NP Digital, it's like working with a team full of Neil Patels that are laser focused on growing your business. NP Digital, real marketing with real results.
Here. 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 And even here. Wherever your shipment has to go, the answer is delivered. This. 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 And this. Whatever size your business is, the answer is delivered.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features, providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
World is fast-changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक कम्युनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in. BW.
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान
heckle these patrons. Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communal.
What would your e-commerce business look like if you knew what to do, when to do it, and how it impacted your business? No guessing, no wasting money, no losing time. What if you could weave real-time data, advanced machine learning, and AI into the very fabric of your business, so you never have to guess anything again? Welcome to Shoptimize, an intelligent platform that takes the guesswork out of your business. We built Shoptimize to give you a whole new understanding of your business. By pulling in your existing data, connecting the dots, and providing recommendations you can act on, all in real time, helping you learn about your customers and convert them better and faster. Shoptimize puts you in the driver's seat, so you take correct decisions to grow your business round the clock, giving you more impact, more scale, more customers, more smiles, more wows. Take the guesswork out of your business. It's time to get your growth game on.
Correct. Nice. Trying to get into a depression of rain. उसको पूरा बड़ा होने दे. विशाल मुझे माइक ला के दे.
Yeah, with this, it so gets easily needed overnight and have it take its balance if it takes and see while you have it. Not in coffee, coffee and food.
It was a good experience for all of us. If I speak on behalf of the jury, we had an excellent jury. And the wonderful bit was that most of the winners were near unanimous consent.
Just want to wish all the 90 winners today. Congratulations.
मतलब वीडियो जैसे ना छोटे छोटे फट बना दो तो सोचे क्या तुम सोचते थोड़े बहुत आइडियाज एडिटिंग में और तो ले आओ मुझे बता दो मुझे क्या करना है मेरे को मेरा रोल बता दो अच्छा अभी क्या करूँ अभी स्टेज पे क्या हाँ क्या करूँ ठीक है है दो दो तीन मिनट और है बस दो तीन चार मिनट It's not what we are trying to say. No, here is not the aspect of something that we're talking about, but we're essentially talking about what works in the world of social media today. Well, that is a humongous challenge that we all are facing, but that is what serves in the business today. We are here to serve for. ब्रांड ले ले पीछे उस पे भी जूम करके ले लो उसका भी शॉट ले लेना वो जो ब्रांड का लोगो आ रहा है ना मैं यहाँ पे करती हूँ फिर तू उतरते हुए कैसे लेगा मैं सामने वाले स्टेप से ही उतर जाऊंगी ठीक है हाँ ठीक है Thank you very much. Thank you. Every day we wake up to new possibilities, but riddled with old issues.
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परते उड़े आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात सुन ले दिल से दर्द कह रही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है
Every day we wake up to new possibilities, but riddled with old issues. Issues that refuse to go away from our city. Simply because we never say it loud enough for the authorities to pay heed. Come, fight it out. Say it loud to reclaim your urban life. We are with you. Mirror now. You first.
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communalized.
नई सुबह, नई उमंग, देखो भारत का बदलता टाइम्स नाउ द भारत के साथ। Times now the भारत।
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly take your seats. We are about to begin with the rest of the summit part of today. So may I request all of you all to kindly take your seats. Those of you who are still outside the hall, may I request you to kindly join us back inside, because we are just about to begin with what's next on the agenda. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a great lunch and are ready to dive into the rest of the things on the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic start to the first edition of the e4m D2C Revolution Summit 2022. And just believe me that this is only the beginning. We have a lot to cover in today. I would like to also inform you that the hashtag for this event is hashtag e4m D2C Summit. So please do share your thoughts, your ideas with us over the social media using this hashtag. And we would also take a moment here to acknowledge our partners. Our presenting partners, Viacom 18, opens new worlds. Powered by partner Times Network, co-gold partner Snap Mint, co-gold partner Shoptimize, these partners who have joined hands to make this event possible. Let's have a look on the screen, please. Thank you.
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
Every day we wake up to new possibilities, but riddled with old issues. Issues that refuse to go away from our city. Simply because we never say it loud enough for the authorities to pay heed. Come, fight it out. Say it loud to reclaim your urban life. We are with you. Mirror now. You first.
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communal action.
नई सुबह, नई उमंग, देखो भारत का बदलता रंग। टाइम्स नाउ नवभारत के साथ। टाइम्स नाउ नवभारत।
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are moving on to what's next on the agenda. It is a fireside chat.
What would your e-commerce business look like? If you knew what to do, when to do it, and how it impacted your business. No guessing, no wasting money, no losing time. What if you could weave real-time data, advanced machine learning, and AI into the very fabric of your business, so you never have to guess anything again? Welcome to Shoptimize, an intelligent platform that takes the guesswork out of your business. We built Shoptimize to give you a whole new understanding of your business. By pulling in your existing data, connecting the dots, and providing recommendations you can act on, all in real time, helping you learn about your customers and convert them better and faster. Shoptimize puts you in the driver's seat, so you take correct decisions to grow your business round the clock, giving you more impact, more scale, more customers, more smiles, more wows. Take the guesswork out of your business. It's time to get your growth game on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to dive into what's next on the agenda. So next is a fireside chat, and the chat is going to be talking on a very, taking us through a very interesting topic, the role of media in scaling up D2C brands. Now, in this ever-evolving era of digital, the brand retailer relationship with the rising use of internet is also evolving. So is digital enough, Or do D2C brands of today need to have a 360-degree media approach and media planning? Is there a new media playbook for the new brands that they now need to be updated with? So to answer all of these questions, we are welcoming next on stage Head Network Sales Mahesh Shetty. Please put your hands together and let's welcome Mahesh Shetty, Head Network Sales, Viacom 18. And joining him on stage for this fireside chat, we have Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media. Let's put our hands together. Welcome the two gentlemen on stage. They are going to be talking about the role of media in scaling up D2C brands today. So I would request Naval to now initiate the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobha. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at this first edition of the D2C Revolution conference. This is very interesting times for the Indian economy, especially for the D2C sector. I was looking at some statistics. 2021 data tells us there were 800 successful D2C brands in India with a collective then valuation of almost $45 billion. This valuation, as per KPMG, is likely to go up to $100 billion in another 3 years. Obviously, the ecosystem has got a very big boost, very big fillip due to COVID. A lot of people, consumers, discovered D2C brands during the lockdown, and consumption patterns have significantly changed because of D2C platforms. Some of you might have also noticed a report that we did on Exchange for Media last month said the biggest media property in India, which is IPL, had 60% contribution by D2C brands on sponsorship, and that's a significant amount. Some reports said the IPL broadcaster or the media rights holder earned around 4,000 crore rupees of ad revenue, out of which 60% came from D2C brand. That's a significant number, close to almost 3,000 crores. So I have with me a person who represents the media side of the business. Welcome, Mahesh. Mahesh is very unusual in the sense that in 30 years of his working career, this is his third job. So that tells you the
Very
companies
boring.
he's worked for. He's built solid brands. He's worked with Pepsi, then on to BCCL, the Times of India Group, and now he leads revenue for Viacom set of properties. And as you know, Viacom includes the entire plate of television as well as digital properties and a lot more. So Mahesh, tell us, you've been exposed to as a media owner to the D2C ecosystem for the last few years. What are the few mantras that are important for D2C companies to know when it comes to using advertising to build their brands? And painting all D2C with one brush might not be appropriate. There are big D2Cs, there are mid-sized D2Cs, and there are startup D2Cs. So if you can tell us a little bit about each of the buckets, how can they use advertising better to build their brands?
I think simply put, the start and end of every business is a consumer. And last few years have been the most exciting times, I would say, for young budding entrepreneurs, because of the way internet penetration has grown in the country, and that's led to a lot of opportunities for new age companies to go out and disrupt the marketplace. Over the last few years, we've seen niche segments coming out primarily because they were fulfilling a specific consumer need. And so the core of every communication is the consumer. I mean, today, the media, in many ways, is just a bridge which helps the brand connect with the consumer. So at every stage of the, I would say, the the brand journey, the role that media plays is very different. And at an early stage, I would say, because what I've seen with most startups is that, and especially D2C startups, is that they start with one particular city, and in that city, a particular geography, or so at that in that kind of a scenario, then you're talking about extremely localized communication for that particular TG, and from that kind of a scale, and where there is proof of concept, and at that point of time, the localized mediums that work, and I think are from a efficiency point of view that makes sense would be using social networks and also localized mediums, depending on what category you are in. It could be a local radio network or it could be local print. But as there is a proof of concept that works and that particular startup goes into the next level is when the bigger, I would say, the brand wants to get exposed to the entire country or across multiple cities. And so at every stage, the medium used and the way the medium is used changes. And so there are two parts to it. One is, very often I've seen, brand owners sacrifice brand building to performance management, performance marketing. And I think in this journey, which is from a small startup, which could be in one city to going to a 4-city or all metro markets and going pan-India, this journey of ensuring that the brand, is built very strong and those relationships and equity is built with consumers, that has to also go along with performance marketing, because when you look at the big brands in the country and be it in the FMCG space, which is the HULs or Indian company like a Dabur or any of these, they also solve consumer problems and they kind of fulfill a particular need. But because the brands are so strong, their CAC, the customer acquisition cost would be far lower than any of the new age companies because the brands have become very strong. And I think, so to answer your question, every stage, the challenge is different and how you use the medium also changes.
But one of the points that remains common for not just startup brands or not just D2C brands is this classical marketer's dilemma of, performance marketing versus brand building. And a lot of companies, because of, easy and cheaper access of digital, end up focusing a lot on performance marketing, which is the bottom of the funnel, and not so much on the top of the funnel, which is, building an aspirational value for the brand. Now, the reasons are obvious. Everybody has limited budget. Everybody is looking to, bring in customers into their ecosystem before they start building a brand. So given that most of the D2C brands are, working on a limited marketing budget, what do you think is the right way to find the balance between, focusing on brand building while, you are also doing performance marketing?
Again, each one will have a different view. My view is that performance marketing is short term. Okay, brand building is long term. So if you're in the short term thing and you want quick returns, you should invest in performance marketing. But if you're in it for the longer term, then both have to go hand in hand. I would also like to emphasize on the importance of creative. The way you communicate your brand. While very often when you talk about performance marketing, it is you talk about the cashback, you talk about the discount, but also I think it's the way you talk about the brand. And I would like to say, give an example of a brand like a Cred. Today, Cred stands out in your mind because of the kind of creative they've used. Right. And there is a strong imagery about Cred. And I would say that any brand, if it has to, play the game in the long term, it has to focus on brand building. The brand building, very important part of that is creative. So while you do performance marketing, even in that, creative is also equally important. So if you ask me, is there a mantra which says that, okay, 30% brand building, 70% performance? I don't have that answer to that. I think each brand is different, each category is different. But I've seen a lot of brands focus almost 90% on or 100% on performance marketing. I think it's only a short-term agenda. Okay, but finally, the consumer builds association with brands. Okay, today, if on a shopping cart, okay, there are 2 milk brands and one of them is Amul. Okay, that brand is built over years and through a particular kind of communication, same price point, same discount, consumer is going to choose Amul. Okay, and even if it is no discount, the consumer is going to choose Amul. And I think, having said that, there are many D2C brands which are, investing and are doing that right.
in Bombay, there is this brand called, and because I just spoke about milk, there is a brand called Country Delight. I'm not sure whether you've seen that. And I think they've done a superb job in terms of performance marketing as well as brand building, and the communication of quality comes across in every campaign of theirs.
Yeah, I think, large number of companies don't have the kinds of budgets that, large D2C players have. But Cred is a very good example where a solid aspirational brand has been built on the back of, using the power of television. Very important, if I may add here, because while you do your performance marketing and bottom of the funnel activities, brand building does require, much wider impactful media reach, and television brings that to the table. And the power of good quality creative, I mean, it can't be overstated, because whether you are on digital or on legacy media or on television, the fact remains a good quality creative will help you stand out, create that aspirational value in the brand. But tell us, Mahesh, since a large number of D2C brands are focused significantly on the digital, what is the way to kind of shift their thinking and approach to also start looking at TV in a larger manner? Many companies are already doing it, but perhaps only the top 5 or 10% are doing it. How do you, being on the other side of the table, nudge a large number of these companies to also look at television as a viable medium for them to create brand?
I think again, it's part of the brand's journey, and I think I've been lucky over the last 4 odd years to witness upfront some brand journeys very up close. And I'll give an example of say about 3 odd years back, Mamaearth, from the scale at which Mamaearth is today, it was far different. I think Mamaearth would have been about 100 crore odd brand. And that's the time they got onto television. And before that, they were primarily on digital and, digital first brand. And I think their journey from a 100 crore company and their aspiration to become a 500 crore company started around that time. And that's when television came in, because the kind of reach that television gives is unparalleled. Okay. Yeah. And also one of the key things that television delivers is trust. Okay. Because you go into people's homes, it is a medium which is consumed in groups, in family. It's not a, one person consumption kind of a medium. It's the entire family consumes it. And Mamaearth came on board because they also had limited monies. I mean, while they were competing in categories where there are very established players like the HULs and, PNGs. So they came on board on a property of ours, which is Bigg Boss, about 3 odd years back. And that was disruptive because it was a small brand which came on one of the biggest properties, which, that is there in the GC environment. It is, I would say, the IPL of the GC environment. And a property like Bigg Boss not only gives you reach, immediate reach, but also it is a property where what your brand stands for, you can actually go out and show. And the people in the Bigg Boss house are also big influencers by themselves. So Mamaearth used Bigg Boss very effectively, okay, about 3-4 years back. And post that, their journey went on to scaling up their organization, because they went from a digital only kind of a business to also spreading their wings on modern trade, stores. So it became a kind of online, offline, omni-channel kind of a presence. And that was backed with a strong television campaign. I think now their advertising is more, it's not, taking on a big property, but it is more about, spreading it across, ensuring they have enough reach and there is, regular recall. So, that itself shows the way television has worked for a brand, because the television as a medium goes hand in hand in your own journey as you scale up. Okay. But as a, if you're a really small player, I think television doesn't work, because, there is a lot of wastage. My early days were in Pepsi, and I've done both sales and marketing. And the core of advertising should be to help get demand. Okay. When the guy should go out to the store and ask for your brand. But if your brand is not there, okay, then
Absolutely.
it's a complete waste of money. So very often some brands do advertising, but they don't get the distribution right. So I think getting the distribution right and then putting this big ticket ATL on with great creative is a magic mantra. I don't think any brand can go wrong on that.
Absolutely. I think 2, 3 very important points. One, the power of TV, and it is not about everybody being on Big Boss.
Yeah.
Right. Television offers a huge, wide range of choices from mass entertainment GC to IPL to language TV to language news TV. So really, it has a lot that
And what happens, Naval, is that very often, a brand which has big aspirations is just thinking that how do I compete against many of these big brands who are already there.
Yeah.
But a platform like this makes them stand shoulder to shoulder with the big brands, and then suddenly the consumer also kind of experiences that brand.
Absolutely. Power of impact.
Absolutely.
As I said. Tell me, we've seen increased internet penetration in India over the last few years has really made a significant change to consumer habits, and that has also led to significant change and newer and more innovative ways in which advertisers are using it. Social commerce didn't even exist 30 months back. Content commerce has come up in a big way. Looking at how interesting and innovative these options are becoming for advertisers, what are the lessons for large media companies like yours? How do you reinvent yourself to kind of offer similar nimble-footed solutions to advertisers?
I think, like I said, as media companies, we have two responsibilities. At one end, the content that we create is for the viewer, it's for our consumers. At the other end, like I said, we are the bridge to brands. So understanding brands is a very core thing for every media company. And understanding brands well and giving them a solution which works for them. Now, I think the days of giving solutions which are just one platform, okay, are over. Okay, because today the consumer engages with you across platform. So today, I think if from Viacom 18, while we speak about any of our properties, okay, when we go and talk about it, I think the messaging that we try and give is that you'll get exposure on television. Along with that, there will be a huge social push, and there is also OTT on it. I'll give you an example which happened about, I think, 10 days back. We have a property called Khatrone Ke Khiladi, Fear Factor, and there's a Coke brand called Charge, Thumbs Up Charge, which is a partner on it. And one of the participants of the show is a influencer by the name Faizu. Yeah. And so Faizu did this task in Cape Town, which was quite a thrilling task, which was a branded task for Thumbs Up Charge. And he put it up on his Instagram handle. Now he's got millions of followers. That video got millions of views. So this thing of thinking that, okay, you know what, Thumbs Up is just tied up for a television property, that's wrong. Actually, the content is the core thing, and that has got viral across multiple mediums. And I think as media companies, we have to look at it from that lens, saying that what is the kind of solution that we give, which can, have multiple touch points. And I think if you're able to do that, because finally the consumer is, consuming content. It could be any, platform.
Yeah, I think one of the key aspects to, keep in mind while we are, going about looking at various advertising platforms is the kind of reach and impact that, some of the large platforms offer. Content and use of influence are, becoming common factors across, right? I remember pre-COVID, I was at a conference in Jaipur where Faizu was there. And my ignorance, I did not know much about who he was. He was on stage. So a friend who was standing next to me used to head Google at that time. And I asked him, I said, who is he? He said, this boss, you don't know, this is Faizu. He has millions of followers. And Faizu did some Facebook, Instagram live. And within an hour, hundreds of people turned up outside the, hotel gate to kind of mob him. So that is the power of influencers. But, the reach of platform is extremely important. And I think for advertisers, especially D2C advertisers, which are looking to build, brands that are aspirational, that's a very important fact to keep in mind. Of course, it will cost more money.
Yeah.
Right. But like you mentioned at the beginning, you're looking at, performance marketing, short-term sort of gains versus also building a brand in the long term, because that is what will make you stand out. Eventually, competition is going to do some of the things that, you are also thinking doing.
Because in the same category, there will be 4 brands fighting against you. If you have to stand out, then you have to kind of do that bit
The
of
classic
disruption.
share of voice.
Absolutely.
Challenge on TV. Tell us, Mahesh, also some of the, recent examples of working. You mentioned Mama Earth. Are there more examples that come to mind where you've done interesting work with D2C brands across TV or digital or both, use of influencers?
Actually, it's not a D2C brand, a B2B brand. But we all know about the brand is Bharat Pay. And everybody knows Ashneer now. Okay, thanks to Shark Tank. Yeah, so Bharat Pay came onto one of our properties, which is again Big Boss, about 3-4 years back. And at that point of time, they were building their entire retail presence. And I think what Bharat Pay really looked for was credibility. Okay, because their guys were going to go to retail stores and get their payment, app or gateway over there, and they leveraged Big Boss as a property and the platform to build awareness and also build credibility across. And I think that is again, see, advertising or association is not in isolation. It also goes along with what you plan for your own business in terms of your distribution within, So that is one. I think last year we had another brand, Wow Skin Science. They also came on board. Very interesting work they did. Licious was there last year. First time, meat brand came on board. And again, they were also, increasing their presence across the country. And this acted as a great fillip for them and, put them head over shoulders ahead of some of their own competitors. I mean, they were competing with Meatigo and Fresh to Home and many of the others. So yes, I think for a, medium-sized company which is looking at really, taking a big jump, some of these properties and presence across television, digital really works.
Fantastic. I see the red screen has come up. So one last question to you. What do you have lined up in terms of the big ticket properties which are coming up? I mean, IPL is still some time away. Next season now, festive season is starting.
I think the sport that the world loves, okay, the biggest sport in the world, which is soccer. We have FIFA World Cup coming up, which is November, December, on Voot as well as on our sports channel. I think that's the biggest event in the world. Okay, that's something that we have. We have the IPL of GEC, which is Big Boss in 3 languages coming up, which is in October. So
15 years
16,
running,
yeah,
16 years.
yeah. And Salman Khan is back. So this time we are really rebooting Big Boss. I'm not going to reveal what's going to happen, but it's going to be a really interesting one. A lot of rules are going to be broken on whatever we've done in the past. We also have Big Boss happening in Kannada. We have it in Marathi. We have a big dance reality show of ours, which is an iconic show called Jhalak Dikla Ja, that is coming in September. Along with that, Naval, we have built a very strong branded content team, and with a huge, while there is a sales and create servicing team, but there's a big, we've invested a lot on a large creative team, and we create bespoke solutions for brands. And I think that is something that will work for many of the startup brands over here, because, our team can actually go out, understand what the brand stands for, work out a media plan which works for them in the budget that they have in mind. And I think that is also a big ticket thing. And along with that, we have some great experiential properties lined up in the kids and family space and the youth and music space. So we have theatricals, Peppa Pig. If people have heard of Peppa Pig, we have Peppa Pig theatrical coming up. We have Masha and the Bear theatrical coming up. We have Supersonic, VH1 Supersonic, our big music festival coming up. Yeah. So lots of stuff.
Fantastic. As I mentioned at the beginning, with the almost 60% of the ad revenue on IPL being contributed by D2C brands, I'm sure these companies saw something which went right for them, I mean, I don't have to take examples like Byju's, which latched on to, big
very
ticket
well.
sponsorship and cricket,
Yeah.
much longer back and built a very aspirational brand on top of that. But there is opportunity for a large number of D2C companies to ride on large media platforms, associate with a Salman, if not a Salman, a Ranveer Singh, and, create value for consumers as well as shareholders. So with that, thank you, Mahesh, for
Thanks.
joining us. I'm sure you found the session useful. Mahesh is available for any interaction post the session. Thank you again, and look forward to the next session.
Thanks, guys, and all the very best in your journey. And we'll be really happy to partner with you on anything which can help you, kind of take that big leap. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Naval and Mahesh, for this exciting talk. And we would like to present you with a token of appreciation. So may I request Naval to kindly present the memento to Mahesh Shetty here. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Now we are moving on to an interesting panel. The panel is going to be talking about success stories. Are there any parameters for success for the D2C brands? And if yes, what are the strategies or what are the secrets of building a successful D2C brand? So these are certain questions that our next panel is going to be talking about. The topic for the panel is success stories. And please join me now in welcoming our session chair, Utsav Malhotra, COO for Noise. May I request you to kindly come on stage, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. I would now like to invite on stage our panelists for the session. Please welcome Matthew Joseph, co-founder and CEO for Sleepy Head. Please put your hands together for Akash Anand, founder, Bella Vita Organic. Please give it up for Sujit Kumar Mishra, co-founder and CEO for Winnie. Please put your hands together for Abhineet Sawa, co-founder, SnapMint. And lastly, joining us on this panel is Gaurav Singh Kushwaha, founder and CEO for Blue Stone. Please put your hands together and welcome the panel on stage. We have everybody already present and ready. So I would request our session chair, Utsav Malhotra, to kindly take the discussion forward.
I hope we've got a full house with full bellies, because that's the ideal setting for some very interesting stories. Trust me, this is a session where we're not doling out gyan. We're just listening to stories and hopefully learn from their experiences. I once had a very wise man tell me, experience is not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you. And I'm hoping today we will use the wisdom of this panel to actually make good, hopefully answer some questions of the order of, is there a secret sauce? And is that a sauce that is willingly available at your disposal? What does it take for you to sustain and outperform in a cluttered environment? We keep talking about D2C. We keep talking about newer brands coming out every day. But what does it take for us to really stand out? And I think we've got a very, very interesting panel. We've got people who've really been trailblazers. We've got here Matthew, who decided that he's going to put a mattress in a box. We've got Anand, who basically is an exception to the norm, where he said, you know what, I won't build one brand, but a house of brands, because I've mastered the recipe to scaling up a D2C brand. We've got somebody who challenged the norm on jewelry, right? And Gaurav here is one of those panelists where jewelry was bought in India a certain way. What did it take for him to revolutionize that industry? We've got also a very interesting story in Sujit, where he entered an industry of gifting that already had some players. It's also an environment where consumer centricity is probably more paramount. There are more chances of the consumer feeling disappointed, because that is one special occasion that you are making count. And finally, we've got Abhineet, who's probably at the cross section of everything else, because he's enabling commerce for some of these D2C brands. I want to actually start out by asking some very fundamental questions. Because see, when D2C businesses and founders start out, they start out by having a solid purpose. They follow their passion, and some of them just persevere. And I think we've got stories of passion, perseverance, and purpose all here. But I want to start out by Gaurav, asking Gaurav. Gaurav, I think you had a much larger purpose to what you were trying to do. You were trying to revolutionize a business which has historically existed a certain way. Generations have followed jewelers buying jewelry a certain way. It's almost custom in most families. And you came from a background that had nothing to do with this. You really took the mantle on for a greater good. How did you go about doing it? What was the thought? And what was the measure of success that you set out to do? Because clearly there was not much of a playbook that existed prior to this.
Yeah. So, hello. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gaurav Singh Kushwaha, founder and CEO of Bluestone. So we started Bluestone back in 2012. At that time, e-commerce itself was very nascent. There were few horizontals. There were a lot of people who were creating vertical offerings across a lot of categories. So vertical commerce was something that I wanted to start in. Prior to that, I had no experience in jewelry as a category, as a buyer or otherwise. Also, I was not even married, so I never entered a jewelry shop till then. In fact, I did not even know the difference between white gold and platinum. I thought both were same. Later on, figured out that they were not. So it was kind of a very objective decision. I had worked in Amazon also. I had seen the startup, especially the e-commerce ecosystem evolve. And one of the things I had observed in case of Amazon's journey was also that Amazon kept on gobbling category after category. As it grew, it started from books and then it went into many other categories. Hence I wanted to start in a category which is naturally shielded from the likes of Amazon's and Flipkart. And also has a significant size. So jewelry as a category is huge in India. It's actually bigger than electronics also. And we Indians, we just love jewelry. So India is among the, so for every other category, India is like 1/10 or 1/20th of US. In jewelry, India is bigger than US. Right? So the category was very, very huge. I think the only challenge, as was pointed out, was that this is a very traditional category. There is a certain way in which jewelry was being bought for generations, and that had not evolved. So while I think 1980s and 1990s onward, a lot of categories had evolved. Many other categories like shoes, apparel, and in fact, any other category, you see the shop, the size of the shops increased. Rather than shopping on counters, people started walking into aisles, and browsing became the primary behavior as opposed to buying, which used to be the case 30, 40 years back. So even if these days you're buying a grocery, you would actually enter into a shop where there would be aisles, and you would walk into those aisles, browse products, and then pick the product that you want to buy. Whereas in case of jewelry, the experience was still more or less the same. You would go sit on a counter, and then you would say that, okay, this is what I'm looking for. And then it would be a very iterative process. So that lack of innovation in the category was what prompted me that, okay, something can be done here. And with that, we started. And so in 2012 itself, when we started, we were very clear that we wanted to build a product brand and not a marketplace per se. So we were a D2C player back in 2012 when the term D2C itself was not coined. So we had our own products and so on. And what we saw was, as soon as we launched, and as soon as we created a very good catalog of products. And as soon as we entered the market, I think there was that small set of people who were actually looking for this kind of an experience which would actually resonate with new age audience, new age customers. And first 3 to 4 years, online itself grew very, very strongly for us. Beyond that, it started, so the whole growth rate of online only started kind of coming down, started tapering down. And then, so one of the biggest learnings for us came in 2016, when we were talking to a lot of our customers. What we realized was people love browsing jewelry online because that is not something that you can do in a jewelry shop. You cannot go to a jewelry shop every weekend or every second day and just look at designs and walk out. Third day, the jewelry shop, the jeweler would not even let you enter. It's not a welcome kind of a place. So while people loved online for browsing, when it came to actually pressing that buy now button, they did not have enough comfort with the channel, with the online channel. They had the comfort with the brand. They had the familiarity with the brand. They had the love for the products, but they did not have the confidence and the trust on the channel, which which is also which is also there in lots of other high value categories also. So for cars also, you would do a lot of research online, but you're not going to press a buy now button on any of the portals. You would still go do a test drive and then buy it. And which is where the whole omni channel then came into the picture. So we opened first few stores, first 4-5 stores, waited for some time to see how the behavior is panning out. And then we realized that it was, so before rolling out a store, our estimate was that for every one person who was buying, there were 30 potentials who would buy if there was a store. And we saw that panning out, and hence we started rolling out stores very, very rapidly. Right now, we are at 100 stores. So in fact, I would say that more than passion, it was a story of perseverance. We actually held out, we evolved, we learned, and then we found the right mix for the business, and we are scaling very rapidly with that.
Excellent, excellent. So you've got the two key takeaways that I understand from this is that there is no shortcut to perseverance, but you have to be brave enough to kind of dive into a territory that has been uncharted and continue to kind of innovate. And that brings me to a very interesting story. Typically, when we are market mapping and looking at new categories, you are looking at a cross-section of the TAM, which is the addressable market size, and the CAGR, which is the growth rate that that market likely to have. We've got here a very interesting story where you decided to put mattresses in an environment and in a delivery mechanism that had never been seen before. What was the inspiration? And therefore, what did it take for you to kind of build a niche for yourself, which had not been attempted before?
Yeah, so one of the first things what we do is, even today it happens, every year in the month of February, we go through this customer journey to understand, when customers buy our mattresses, what are the different paths they go to. So a typical, offline store, they have to go to a store, really get confused with all the different mattresses out there, then bargain with the shopkeeper just to understand what price he can get it for. Then after concluding a deal, then the shopkeeper says delivery is extra and the mattress is pretty big, and God help you if you're on the 5th floor, that's an additional charge. So when we really understood all this, we do a mechanism just to see how can we reduce customers' path to purchase. How do you reduce the barriers? And one of the biggest barrier was the mattress was designed to be a big rectangular blob. And we thought, how do we make it better, so that it's compressed and rolled packed into a nifty box so that it reaches home, quite comfortably. So that gave us a big differentiator in terms of how people saw mattresses as it is. And, the entire experience, let's be very honest, mattress is a very boring category. So, how do you create excitement, for this purchase? And I think we achieved this with this model.
Excellent. So I think consumer experience pretty much becomes like one large element that most founders have managed to put as the cornerstone of delivering delight. And that brings me to a question that I really have here with regards to Sujit. When you are delivering delight to consumers and they are trusting you to their biggest day, you are in a category where if the flowers don't reach on time, if the cake is delayed, the consumer experience could completely go for a toss. And you've got players who've been doing this for a while now. For a business that is sitting out of Panchkula, for a business that is really not, is bootstrapped, is taking on the might of some of those big players out there. What was it for you that fueled your imagination to do this? And how is it managed for you to stay ahead in the game?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. We operate from a very small place, Panchkula. So usually we value money, we value occasion, and that is more prevalent in tier 2, tier 3 cities than in the metros, that they need to go to every occasion, they need to celebrate every festival. So from there, we take inspiration, and presently we have more than 200 plus stores all across India. And out of that, 80% are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We are delivering in 700 plus cities all across India. And we work with 4,000 odd partners. Last year, we crossed 100 CR revenue, and that too without taking any external fund. When we entered in the domain, the competition was very, very high. And the first challenge was how to satisfy customer. Because here a person is not shopping for himself, he's shopping for somebody else. So the consumer buying behavior, it gets changed. And there is no book thesis where a person tells that, yes, this is of interest. This is of my interest. I am browsing something. I know this is of my interest. You can chase that person. But in gifts, a gift can be anything and everything. A gift can be service. A gift can be perishable like cake, flowers. It can be customized items. So it was a challenge for us to map what the person is searching. So we have in-house tech team. We inculcated machine learning and artificial intelligence. We mapped our customer journeys, and then we sold the products according to personality, according to that person behavior. And we asked certain questions from the customer. If a person is looking at a gift, what type of gifts that person is looking for whom is whether he is looking for a female or a male, what age group that person is. And going through all these, we found that there was a lot of traction in cakes and flowers in the perishable segment. Because in the non-perishable segment, there are ways, there are websites, there are other brands that they can do. But person remembers birthday and anniversary on the same day. Yeah, my friend's birthday, so he remembers same day. So he is in a hurry, and we cannot tell the other person that, yes, today is your birthday, so I'm sending you a cake. So first he sends a cake and then he wishes happy birthday. So it was a very, very challenging problem to solve. But we worked on the guidelines. We worked on the SLAs. We worked on the recipes to control the quality. We worked on the manpower. And slowly and steadily, we have started backward integrating. Firstly, we were delivering cake, flowers. Then we moved to personalize and other. And after lockdown, we started going omni-channel. Then in 2 years, we have opened 200 plus franchisee stores. And we are opening one franchisee each day as of now. So that gave us a bit of control on the product, on the quality, on that service. Because if anything is messed up, then the person will not come back again. And as you know, customer is God. Customer is very, very intelligent. And here, rather than going for customer satisfaction, he wants customer delight. And even I have seen many customers that, yes, if I have ordered for somebody else, so why does that person has not called me that he has got a cake? I agree that person might be busy, or we have instant intimation that, yes, your order has been delivered, but I can't believe until and unless that person calls me. So here, in terms of gifting, it's already a celebration. It's already an occasion. So rather than going for customer satisfaction or customer delight, people go for certain customer orgasm, where the person is very, very happy for other person. So we took care by going into omni-channel, by putting SLAs, and then we backward integrated into recipe thing, where we have our own premix and raw material, and we supply all the raw material that is required for cakes and for gifts to our stores, to our partners. There we are able to control. And we have stores in Baramulla, we have stores in Coimbatore, we have 3 stores in Arunachal Pradesh, We have a store in Rajkot, Diu. So we have covered pan India. We wanted to have a single taste for cake and pastry, a single brand, because there is none. As of now, there is no brand that delivers in Baramulla and Coimbatore with the same taste. But we are able to do because of that.
Super, super. I think what is fascinating here is that whilst that one consumer experience can make or break what you set out to do, there is also a category that I think, Akash, I want to explore this with you, that you are in a business where you set out to democratize the larger good life aspect, right? It's self-indulgence. It's not buying a gift for somebody else, but it's really taking chances with your own self and holistic wellness at that. When you started a business that has an overarching cause and a purpose to exist, how do you marry commerce with that? And how difficult was it for you to straddle the two?
Thanks, Utsav. Hi, everyone. Great question here. I mean, the business started, so Bella Vita Organic, one of the brands I run, it started with a need, right? The need was that how do you deliver quality products, which are safe, which are Ayurveda backed, at certain price points, which are very acceptable by consumers, and they become a mass value proposition in the country. I think for us, marrying it with commerce was a very organic process. It came automatically, just because of 3Ps that we use. And you mentioned 3Ps as well. So I have my own set of 3Ps. Anyone who's trying to become a founder here or is a founder and trying to do their own startups, especially in D2C, the 3Ps that I always abide by, one is product, second is pricing, and third is purpose. So what that means is, one, and similar to noise, you guys do a lot of that as well. So with product, your product has to be top-notch quality with some differentiation. That goes without saying. Price. The price of your product has to be fairly acceptable by at least 8 out of 10 consumers you're targeting to. And third, purpose, which is the most important, that today, if your product or your brand ceases to exist, will a consumer miss you, right? I mean, that's the most important. For example, we have a few products that today, if we stop them, there would be consumers lining up outside our office saying, "Ki hame ye chahiye." Right? So the 3Ps work fantastically for us, and marketing wasn't that important. When the value prop was right, the consumers came flocking in.
Excellent, excellent. I can't agree more with you. I have to say that this key takeaway is something that we also have at Noise, where unless you have a great product at a great price, you could be championing any innovation, but then you are limiting yourself to who you are speaking to. And here we've got Abhineet, who's probably running a business model that is so unique, that is enabling this for a lot of businesses. Abhineet, I want to come to you and figure out, when you came up with this idea of enabling sales for businesses, and we will go live with you in a few days, but what was the genesis to this idea? And more importantly, how do you see this as a sustainable business model? Because clearly you are speaking to an audience that is otherwise going to refrain shopping digitally. And you are opening up this huge base of new shoppers, first-time shoppers, where an EMI without a card is enabling a transaction.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so my partner Nalin, he actually started an ad tech company, and can you hear me? Yeah, my partner actually started an ad tech company before Snapmint, and we went live with one of the furniture brands, Urban Clam, and we promoted an EMI campaign on their website. And when we're running that campaign, we saw a huge number of customers click on the banners. The CTRs were like 50% higher. The number of people reaching the payment page was like 40% higher, but the sales uplift was 0. And that puzzled us a lot. And we did some customer research and figured out that most of the customers who were trying to make that installment purchase did not have were not enabled by their bank or their any other financial player to make that purchase, but they were really keen on making that purchase. We interviewed some of the people who were there in our office and asked them how many of them had a EMI based product, financial product, and 28 out of 30 said we don't have anything. So that's when we decided to close that business and start a new business called SnapMint, which was to enable installment purchases for customers. And when my friend partner told me that, you know, this is the kind of business we are trying to launch, and he's already started experimenting with taking a few phones and smartwatches online, and he said, you know, the day I launched, I started selling 4 products on installment directly, and smartwatches are selling and mobiles are selling. I said, let us start this business together. I said, I'm a Marwadi, very traditional business thought process, and said, koi smartwatch pe installment kyun lega? I said like that, and then then he said, nahi log to le rahe hain, tum baat karo customer se. So I spoke to 50 customers, and then I realized that I am not a Bharat customer. I'm probably in the top few affluent segment, but majority of Indians that are online, like right now, 700 million customers are online. And when they, and the people have huge aspirations. And so not everyone has those financial backing. So one of the customers I remember, which changed my mind into jump into this thing was, she said, I have purchased a smartwatch for 4,000 rupees, and I asked her experience, and she said that everything is fine. She was a software techie earning 30,000 rupees salary, about 25-year-old. And she said that, you know, then I said, I was about to cut the call, and she said, you know, I have a request. I said, what is that? She said, I, you know, got a salary raise right now. I'm now earning 36,000 per month. So I said, great. Do you want to pay all your installments now? She said, no, I want to buy a shoe. Can you enable that purchase for me as well? And then I realized that the Gen Z segment is not buying a TV or a fridge on installment. They are buying fashion, they are buying gadgets, they are buying travel, and they're really stretching their budgets to, if they don't have the finances, they end up either delaying the purchase or settling for a discounted product, or but taking, people don't like to take loan from their parents and everything. They want independence, and they don't want to show that I want to, I'm taking a 4,000 rupees loan and then buying the smartwatch. People don't want to do that. So that's when we launched all these, categories, and then since doing like 4 orders a day, now do many orders a day. Thankfully, 3 out of the people in this panel are associated with me, or in some form or the other, we are doing business with them. And we realized that in terms of customer experience, like so for instance, when a customer is trying to buy, say, a noise smartwatch versus a customer is trying to buy, say, a mattress, the kind of experience the customer is expecting is very different. Like for a smartwatch or a 3,000 rupee product, you have to give them a very smooth journey. Whereas for a high ticket value, you can sometimes, for a customer, you can ask a few more details. And the customer is willing to do that if they are in need for that, if they need to satisfy that aspirational need of theirs. That's what we are.
So Avineet, clearly we've managed to populate our nodes. So there is gumption, there is a founder who needs to be audacious, founders who need to have extreme belief. There is then the 3 Ps that Akash spoke about. But most importantly, how do you build a brand that is rooted in trust? Because see, the fact is today, a lot of times, whilst we talk of consumer centricity, that tends to dilute as the consumer trust on a brand is weak, right? And I want to touch base with Gaurav and Akash on this. You are in a business where trust is everything. I mean, we've been selling Ayurveda as Indians now for over 100 years. But the fact is that I still want to have absolute faith in buying a product that I'm going to put on my own skin. And in your case, extremely high indulgence category, where unless I have faith, how do I know I'm paying the right price? How do D2C brands today cross this chasm of building trust with consumers? I'll start with you, Akash.
Sure, thanks, what's up. So I think one thing we've done very differently to build trust from day one is having myself and a lot of my team members as a part of a marketing strategy. So if you've ever seen Bella Vita online, it's a big probability you'll come across me being the model in the ad, talking about why I created perfumes, why my mother created skincare, why my sister created a hair care category. And I think that brought a lot of trust in consumers कि founder अपने आप ही हमें बता रहा है कि मैंने ये किया है, इसको आप try करके देखो. Once we established that with our first few consumers, we ran great referral programs. So I think it's word of mouth and it's transparent, direct, candid marketing that works the best to build trust in consumers. That's all for me, sir.
Super. I'm sure, Gaurav, you can't say that about yourself, but what was the secret sauce for you?
So I think this is one of the most common questions being asked to us because the only other or the big gorilla in the category, Tanish, the punchline is the trust of Tatas, right? So I think so one of the most commonly asked questions, and I think a lot of suggestions were also given over time that we should do something about trust. We should do something about trust, how to build it even faster, and so on. We have not, but we've always consciously decided to stay away from trying to build trust using marketing gimmicks or marketing techniques, etc. And I think what I believe very strongly is that the trust gets built over time. You meet someone for the first time, you don't trust that person enough. I mean, that's our nature. That's how we survived all these centuries by not being very trusting of others. So that's a nature. But as you're around for longer, as people see you more and more, it'll get built naturally. One of the most important things to do is to do the right thing for the customers, and it'll over time it'll build. So one of the policies that we launched with was a 30-day money back policy. So you can buy jewelry and then return it within 30 days of delivery if you don't like it or for whatever reason, no question asked. The moment we launched it, so many people came and said that people will order it, wear it for a wedding, come back and return it. I said, let them do it. I mean, it's okay. They would still wear bluestone jewelry and then go to the wedding. And we'll see how many people exploit it, use it genuinely and so on. But we trusted the users to actually behave or use that policy in the right way. And you'd be surprised that we've, over the last 10 years, we've only found 8 such cases of someone exploiting it like big time. And it's very easy to kind of just plug those 8 cases rather than changing the policy for everyone. And most of the people are using it for genuine reasons. We don't want someone to live with that expensive piece of item, expensive piece of jewelry all their lives. If despite not liking it, I mean, they would be cursing me all their lives. We don't want that. We rather want you to return it, take your money back, but at least have a good experience. Even if you don't like our jewelry, at least like us. So that's how we have been operating, and I think it'll get built over time.
Sure, and I'm sure most people would not know, but Sleepyhead also has a 100-night trial policy. That's really sticking a neck out and saying that there is absolute belief in the product, but also the consumer that they're not going to abuse it. Matthew, what do you have to say about that?
So actually, I'll build on Gaurav, and I completely agree on the 3 Ps as well. So if I actually put about 100 mattresses here, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get 5 different opinions. It's either hard, soft, medium, firm, because the body psychology of every person is very different. And you know, that was one of the biggest factor when we were trying to sell mattresses online. And the only way which we could do that is by giving a 100-day trial. So you need to be very confident on your product that, you know, people are going to like it. And we actually went one step further because we started educating the customer post-purchase, saying, you know, your body is kind of used to sleeping on a certain surface for, let's say, 6-7 years. So it'll take some time. And we started educating them on the science of sleep, as well as, you know, how your body is going to adapt to your new sleeping surface. So when you do these things, they feel very comfortable to actually buy into your brand. So, and, you know, hence that kind of builds trust.
Excellent. And as we are coming close to this session, I just want to use this opportunity to kind of ask you to start summarizing what are those 3 key ingredients that help you disrupt a fairly competitive space that each of you is operating in, because you're in environments where consumers can be absolutely relentless. You've got massive competition. You're not the only ones there, but there is not a winner take all market. You've managed to build leadership for each of yourselves. So for aspiring entrepreneurs, for other D2C founders who are wanting to break in or are struggling to figure out a recipe, if you had to summarize, Gaurav, we'll go in this order. What are those three ingredients or the secret sauce really to building a sustainable, disruptive D2C brand?
So in our case, the first one would be listening to the signals on the ground. We had absolutely zero experience of the category. We had no idea what jewelry was and so on. We kept on talking to customers. We kept on listening to things. We had our ears on the ground. So that was the first thing, listening to the signals on the ground. Second is the first principle approach. So us not being from the jewelry industry was a boon also and was a bane also. So we didn't know a lot of obvious things we actually figured out by first principles. But what also, where that also helped was many of the things that were being done just for the sake of it, just because those were being done in that way for like past many generations. We naturally changed those. So basically a first principle approach to solving problems, which we identified by looking at the signals. And third, at the time of scale up, was a very data driven approach. For scale up, that is very, very, very important. So in that sequence, I think those were the three very important things for us.
Excellent. So basically, believe in the consumer, listen to the consumer, have the conviction to make real changes, and continue to look at data as opposed to inducing opinion in it. Stay with the first principles. Super. So those three are the key insights from Gaurav. Sujit, what do you have to say?
So since the space was very crowded and highly competitive, we never focused on competition. That competition is doing this, so let's do this. So we focused only on contribution, and hence eventually it became a celebration for us and for others as well. So, and since there is a different consumer buying behavior, so we introduced COD for the trust, that if you are sending a cake to somebody else, why not order it for yourself on COD? You taste it and then you send it. So we are the only one in the segment who is having COD in place, and that too in 150 cities all across India. So, and the third one is, of course, the customer is there, but the data, you need to make use of data. What the customer actually want, what he is looking for, what type of experience can we create by using the data. So after looking at all these things and analyzing the calls on customer care, it was a wise decision to go into retail, to have an omni-channel presence, to have an experience center where people can go and take a feel of that. So for the trust factor, we did that. And the third thing was our belief that yes, we are into the segment, we'll make this thing work. And we kept our team intact. Being at a smaller place, we attracted talent from bigger cities. We have 400 plus people working for us and wanting to celebrate and make every celebration successful.
Thank you, Sujit. Wonderful. Abhineet, what do you have to say? What are those three takeaways as we close this session?
I mean, for us, somehow, although we see that there is a lot of people say that fintech is highly crowded and there are a lot of competition for you. But when we look at market in the segment we are operating, say for instance, noise like smart watches or headphones on installment, or shoes or fashion on installment, we don't see too many people doing that today in India. And so that segment is like when we do customer research and talk to customers, and one of the things I would invest is invest a lot of personal time and request my team to talk to customers and ask and get insights. We look at data, but what we learn from customer and hearing from them directly, I don't think data has ever told me that level.
So
of
putting
insight.
Customer and data in front of all decisions, really.
Yes. And the second, in terms of trust, is something like we have had two different things kind of experiences. Like when we work with, we have two channels. One, we work with brands, and on their D2C portals, we enable.
I mean, quick 3 takeaways. We've had putting data and consumer. What else?
Data, consumer, and third, I would say that competition is good actually sometimes. Is
Excellent.
that in the sense that when I went to brands 1 year ago trying to pitch to them, work with us, they said, what is it? What concept are you talking?
So stay hungry. Let's
No, so
stay with those. What do you have to say, Akash?
Three words quickly. Innovate, experiment with marketing, and communicate. That's it.
Super, super. Matthew, closing remarks.
I mean, to add on with, I mean, all this is very relevant. I would definitely say culture, people have the right team, cross-functionally, and don't really be scared to aim for moonshot goals, because the first 1-2 weeks, your team's going to get all puzzled up with, aiming for 20x growth. But what will eventually happen is your team starts cross-functioning, and the 20x kind of becomes a norm, and they'll all strategize to actually get there much faster. So moonshot goals is what I would say.
Excellent. So set high ambitions, back yourself with belief, listen to the consumer, continue to look at data. And if nothing else is working, have perseverance, be at it, and you will see success. Thank you, gentlemen. Wonderful panel. Thanks for having you around.
Thank you so much, all of you, for that insightful discussion. And we have token of appreciation to all of you. So please stay back with us on stage. And I would now like to invite Vardhan Fadnis, co-founder and chief sales officer for Shoptimize, to join us on stage and present all our speakers, our session chair, with a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our session chair, Utsav Malhotra. We have Matthew Joseph, Akash Anand, Sujit Kumar Mishra, Abhineet Sava, and Gaurav Singh Kushwaha on stage. All right, thank you very much. May I request you all to gather together for a group photograph? Thank you very much, everyone. And now we are going to dive into what's next on the agenda. And next is the round table, D2C Leaders Roundtable. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be extremely exciting. And I would like to remind you again that the hashtag for this event is hashtag e4m D2C Summit. So please do engage into conversations on your social media handles with us. Now, I'm sure the sessions that have happened so far have answered a lot of your queries in the D2C space, but yet for such an expanding industry, we have a lot of ground more to cover. And to do exactly that, we have our next session, which is D2C Leaders Roundtable. And our panelists in this session will explore the importance of finding the right brand story, cracking the sales channels that will work, and how to keep bringing the customers back for more. So I would like to now introduce you all to our session chair. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Aditi Mishra, Chief Executive Officer, Lodestar to join us on stage. Let's hear it for Aditi Mishra, everybody. And we have a panel that is going to see a lot of ladies, it seems. So welcome, Aditi. Welcoming Sukleen Aneja, CEO for Beauty and Brands, Good Glam Group. Please welcome Sukleen Aneja, CEO, Beauty and Brands Business, Good Glam Group. We have Divij Bajaj, founder and CEO for Power Gummy. Welcome, Divij. Malika Sadani, founder and CEO for the Moms Company. Bala Sarda, founder for Vadam India. And Sridhar Singh, founder, Khadi Essentials and the Ayurveda Company. Please welcome all our panelists on stage. So see, when the lady power overpowers, you can see the confusion on stage. But ladies and gentlemen, give them up a big round of applause. The flag bearers of D2C landscape in India. Let's open this dialogue with our session chair. I would like to request Aditi to start the conversation. Thank you.
Hello. So welcome all of you and welcome to our esteemed panelists, the D2C leaders. So before we get into details, I think it would be interesting to know their story in a summary. You know, how have they reached where they have reached? What have been the key things that have kept them going in a very challenging scenario? Let me ask Divij first.
I'll ask you which version of the story. Do you want to complete this time frame and just the stories, then we can tell you accordingly.
No, we want a very short one because we want to talk about the future a bit more.
So my journey basically started with my mom. She hated pills. So when she got a back problem, she was given like 8 vitamins. And as we all know how nutraceutical was led earlier, there were like 8 different pills for 8 different vitamins.